Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness, in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? I would now like to call on Mrs. Wendy Collins, who will address the Chamber on the Ladybird Care Foundation. Welcome, Mrs. Collins. You can either sit or stand, and your 5 minutes will begin once you start speaking. Thank you. When you're ready. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Lord Mayor, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about Ladybird Care Foundation, a charity founded right here in Brisbane, which is now expanded nationally. Some of you I know are aware of the work that we do, and we're very grateful for your support. Thank you to Councillor Stephen Huang for providing the invitation to speak today. Ladybird Care Foundation seeks to fill the gap in essential bereavement care services, providing a peer mentor program to support and care for and empower grieving parents to find hope and purpose after the death of their child. And that child might be any age, from infancy right through to any age as an adult. Parent mentors with lived experience, at least 2 years bereaved usually, are trained and supervised by our social worker and provide free of charge vital support, empathy and human connection to recently bereaved parents in their grief. And that provides a hope for the future and healing for them to explore a pathway towards healing. And you know, whenever I meet someone for the first time and they ask about Ladybird Care Foundation, the next 3 words that I usually hear them say are almost always the same. It's usually, I can't imagine. I can't imagine what it must be like to lose a child. Or I can't imagine how I would cope. Or I can't imagine wondering what they would have grown up to become. But our trained peer mentors can imagine. One of our mentors said to me, imagine setting the table for 3 instead of 4. Or imagine the unbearable quiet of a once noisy, busy, happy house. Imagine never hearing your child's name again, or your child's voice again, sorry. Unless we've lost a child, we simply can't imagine. And that's where the power of a peer mentor program comes in. Our mentors have experienced the loss of a child, enabling them to empathise and to be present with and alongside grieving parents at a time of severe emotional turmoil. Now, our Ladybird Care's philosophy is that grief is a natural, necessary response to loss. Grief is an emotion, it's not a mental illness. So we align to a preventative approach to healthcare, which is firmly backed by robust research that shows that the negative effects of grief, such as loneliness and isolation, are reduced when supportive peer relationships are provided through empathy, support and compassion from peer mentors with that lived experience. So, however, as you may have heard in the newspaper, without appropriate support, bereaved families often feel isolated from wider communities and families due to the social stigma that still exists and the lack of understanding around grief surrounding a child death. Our National Institute of Health cites some research there about insufficient social support, and grief leads to complicated grief outcomes and health outcomes during bereavement, such as poor mental health, reduced physical wellbeing and the like. And the ramifications for Australia's mental health support systems are immense. You probably know that waiting times for grief counselling are long and can be financially restrictive for many families. So, the good news. We've now trained multiple cohorts of peer mentors who are matched with newly bereaved parents right here in South East Queensland and extending across the nation. We commenced our program in 2020, where we funded a pilot peer mentor program in the Children's Hospital here in Queensland, and I'm happy to report that is still running, and they won a National CHQ Excellence Award. However, we then expanded the program beyond just one hospital to take it on a community-wide basis, open to all referrals right throughout Queensland and Australia. And our evaluation and feedback from our program participants is showing that peer mentoring for bereaved parents increases mental stability, decreases those feelings of isolation and, more importantly, hopelessness, and enhances coping mechanisms. I get to read the feedback from these beautiful parents, and it's so amazing. So we're thrilled that we're being able to make a difference and offering hope. And if you know families in your council wards who might be interested in becoming a peer mentor, or if you think they might benefit from the support of walking alongside a trained peer mentor, please reach out to us. There'll be some little brochures there for you to take away just to give you some more information. So thanks again for your time.
Thank you so much, Mrs Collins. I'll now call upon Councillor Howard, who's the Chair of Community Arts Committee, to respond. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Wendy, thank you so much. It was delightful to chat with you in the corridor as we waited to come in. And I very vividly remember meeting with Wayne and Marie Pascoe, I think probably in 2020. And yes, they were the first words, I can't imagine. And we truly can't imagine the pain that some people have to endure with those circumstances. But I really want to say a huge thank you for all of the work that your board and that you have been doing, and delighted to hear that you're now spreading nationally. And it's fantastic that you're here today to speak to all of us councillors, because each and every one of us in the chamber can do something to assist you, and that is to get the message out there that Ladybird Care is there for everyone. And there are no words that can capture the pain and tragedy of losing a child, and we all understand and know that. But to know that there is an organisation such as yours, and I've been delighted to attend a couple of your events right here in City Hall. We've been delighted to be able to support you in running those events. It's very important to get the messages out, lighting up some of our wonderful structures across the city, and just generally letting people know that you exist, because it is such a fantastic thing that you do. So the work that you do is so important, and I think the fact that it is people who perhaps experienced the pain and the tragedy and are then able to support others that are going through that. So on behalf of all of my colleagues here in the council chamber, I want to say a huge thank you for all of the work that you do. Please take back our thanks to your board and to your volunteers, and know that each and every one of us are very happy to support you and to promote what you do. And I know that we will all be looking for that piece of paper so that we can support you. But again, if there's anything else that we can do, please don't hesitate to contact us. I know that the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust has supported over the time. I know that Nina particularly cries every time she talks about things such as this, and so we know how important it is to the people of Brisbane that your organisation exists and that the work that you do is helping others. So once again, Wendy, thank you for coming in, thank you for sharing your story, and we look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Howard, and thank you, Mrs Collins, very much. And as Mrs Collins said, there is a brochure. When councillors sign on today, there's a brochure there for you to access, so please do. Thank you very much. Councillors, are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Wolfe.
Just a point of order, sorry. Did we do the apologies and the minutes? We did?
Yeah, we can't do the minutes at this stage, but we've done the apologies.
Okay, right.
Yep.
Cool.
That's okay, thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee, Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen, residents of Brisbane know that the Schrinner Council is committed to taking pressure off household rates and rents. One of the ways in which this can be done is through the construction of new housing. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest plans for our suburban renewal precincts, including any alternative policies you may be aware of?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you I'd like to thank Councillor Wolf for the question. Madam Chair, it is no secret to the Chamber that one of our key priorities is to facilitate more housing, lifestyle, service and employment opportunities through our Suburban Renewal Precincts program. Our Suburban Renewal Precinct program will be undertaken in consultation with communities and industry to deliver better localised outcomes, maximise existing public transport and create opportunities to refresh and revitalise our suburbs. Madam Chair, later today we will be considering the Stones Corner Suburban Renewal Precinct, specifically the proposed zones, overlays and assessment benchmarks, and progressing the amendment package to community consultation and state interest review. We have progressed this later stage of the Suburban Renewal Precinct in just 2 months, after commencing the formal amendment process with the state, which highlights our commitment to delivering more on-the-ground outcomes sooner. Meanwhile, the opposition, particularly the Greens, jump at any opportunity to block development and, instead of offering real solutions, make fanciful, inflammatory statements. Madam Chair, you only have to look at the recent flyer from the Greens, a copy I have here, that highlights their priorities on housing. But before I get to the content of the flyer, I just want to highlight some important information that is missing. And in this flyer, you'll see, Madam Chair, the flyer outlines a number of politicians who apparently have investment properties. But surprise, surprise, the federal member for Ryan isn't included in this list. And then we know the federal member for Ryan owns a number of investment properties, so I do find it highly hypocritical that the Greens seek to demonise property investors and lecture landlords on rental rights when many of their own are landlords and investors. Not that there is anything wrong with that. We know that homeowners who choose to rent out their property play a critical role in the provision of housing stock. And Madam Chair, I've not even mentioned the Greens' Lord Mayoral candidate who lives on a boat, who doesn't pay rent, and he certainly doesn't pay rates. But back to the content of the flyer. The Greens' plan is to, and I quote, get the government back in the business of building homes directly, and they propose to build 100,000 homes in 6 years, approximately 17,000 homes per year. So how does that target compare? Well, we know the state have thrown money after the problem, but have they built anything? By their own account, the Labor state government has only 1,000 social and affordable homes under construction, only 99,000 more to go. And even had the failed attempt of purchasing Griffith University's Mount Gravatt campus paid off, but of course that didn't. So, Madam Chair, last week Councillor Chongwa blamed the lack of development on what she says is greedy developers' land banking. It is clear that Councillor Chongwa does not understand the sector and that 96% of all new homes in Brisbane are delivered by the private sector. What is stifling construction is prohibitive tax settings, supply chain constraints, exorbitant construction costs and the lack of productivity. And instead of looking for meaningful ways to help support more built form, they sent the federal member for Griffith down to speak at the recent CFMEU protests. Madam Chair, these actions were clearly political and clearly about trying to win some wayward Labor votes. If Councillor Chongwa and the Greens want to support additional housing in our city, they can begin by discouraging NIMBYism. They should reflect upon the community benefits that private residential developments can deliver. Not only additional housing, but choice of housing. Through private developments, we see upgrades to the streetscape and pedestrian infrastructure, as well as improvements to the public realm, including public art and more open space. Madam Chair, this side of the chamber will continue to support the delivery of housing for all residents, whether this be through providing more latent supply through development approval processes or through city plan amendments such as the Stones Corner Renewal Precinct. But ultimately, our focus is ensuring that housing in all its forms and in many locations close to public transport is provided in this city. And this Greens document that was published recently has so many shortcomings in it, it's quite inconceivable. And I really don't know how the Greens can put this stuff out. It is absolutely a joke.
Councillor Allen, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to Councillor Vicky Howard. Councillor Howard, you recently spent more than $26,000 of ratepayers' money on your trip to Paris for the Paralympics. Meanwhile, the Lord Mayor's recent budget had no new money allocated for much-needed accessibility upgrades at the 600 council community facilities that are across Brisbane. Councillor Howard, why do you think overseas travel to the Paralympics is more important than those struggling with accessibility issues and trying to use our own, council's own community facilities?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and it is correct that I was in Paris recently representing Brisbane City Council at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. We on this side of the chamber are proud that Brisbane is a future Olympic city, and we're committed to ensuring that we prepare ourselves as best we can. So whilst I was away, of course, I did keep up to date with some of the ongoings of my portfolio, and of course I didn't need to worry too much because Councillor Atwood did the most incredible job, particularly in answering Councillor Griffiths and some of his, let's say, less than desirable questions to Councillor Atwood. And can I say to you, through you, Madam Chair, that Councillor Griffiths is asking questions about accessibility, and this side of the chamber, this Shrinner Council, has spent more money on accessibility in this city than any other previous administration. We are so proud of what we have achieved in this city.
Point of order.
And
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, I just bring the councillor back to the question. It was no money in this budget this year.
Councillor Howard, if you can continue to answer your question.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Well, Madam Chair, accessibility issues are built into each and every one of our projects. Each and every project that we do. Councillor Davis and yourself, Madam Chair, were at the most amazing event just on Sunday at Victoria Park, where we had the Spring Hill Common. That area was inaccessible to all, and it has been put. The most amazing accessibility is in place for all abilities to be able to attend events at this area. So can I say...
Point of order.
Well, I'm trying to answer.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
They certainly didn't include any accessibility in the Tarragindi
I'm
Scout
sorry, Councillor Griffiths, it's not your
hall.
place to get up and debate.
Just saying,
If you can,
no
yep,
accessibility.
no, thank
in
you.
fact, that's why
Please,
they're demolishing
please
it.
resume your seat. You can't debate if you don't like the answer. It doesn't give you the right to get up and debate. You can talk in general business. No, you can wait till general business. Thank you, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, accessibility is part of our business as usual. It happens everywhere. The councillor didn't ask me about the Tarragindi, but I'd very much like to talk to him about that later. But can I tell you that the very first event that I went to, was about accessibility, and the Host City Experience program had done an amazing job of a city that's 1,000 years old, that has cobblestones, that doesn't allow for a lot of accessibility across the city. Some of its public transport is incapable of taking wheelchairs. Now, while I was in Paris, I also met with the Paralympic family, and they are doing the most amazing job of of ensuring...
One moment, please, Councillor Howard. Sorry. Councillors, your conversation is very loud, so if you need to speak, please take it. Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. And yes, Councillor Collier. Please, can you keep it down? Thank you. Councillor Howard.
So, Madam Chair, some of the first people that I met when I was in Paris were, of course, from the Paralympic Australia, and Robin Smith, who is the CEO, introduced me to John Peterson from Denmark and Dwayne Cale. Now, Dwayne is the Vice President and is in a wheelchair. And can I just say, even in the hotel where we were staying, there were issues about accessibility. So here is a city, Paris has spent thousands and thousands of dollars on trying to get it right. Everybody is working towards the best possible way that we can do these things. But can I say, Brisbane already, our accessibility on our public transport, our accessibility as we go around the city is second to none. And we are very proud of the work that our officers do. Business as usual, day after day, every day of the week, they are out there making sure this city is inclusive and accessible.
Further questions? And before we go any further, I want to remind councillors to remain quiet while councillors are on their feet speaking. Councillor Adderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of City Planning, Suburban Renewal Committee, Councillor Allen. Thank you for shining a light on the populist policies of the radical and destructive Greens. Recently, they have proposed the creation of a state bank to solve the housing supply shortage. Are you aware of any success stories of state banks in solving housing supply issues, or is this just another example of the Greens saying anything to justify their lack of support for housing being built in Brisbane?
Councillor Massey, please don't call out across the chamber when other people are speaking. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you to Councillor Adderman for the question. Well, a state bank. This is definitely another Greens thought bubble to establish a state bank being their latest instalment in a long list of ill-conceived plans. For those who may not be aware, state banks have previously featured in the Australian banking landscape, but the history has not been a good one. They have disappeared because they were complete failures or woefully uncompetitive. The State Bank of Victoria collapsed in 1990 and nearly took down the Victorian state government, and was perhaps the most spectacular failure of a state bank. However, there are more. The State Bank of South Australia also collapsed a year later in 1991, causing significant financial pain to that state and the taxpayers. State banks have traditionally been government guaranteed and put governments under significant pressure when they fail, with taxpayers having to bail them out. Not surprisingly, both the South Australian and Victorian governments lost at the next election after these failures. There are other examples of failure or lack of competitiveness, but the evidence is strong. State governments should not run banks, and that is why they don't exist today. The Greens perversely pointed out in this document, cheaper mortgages will create a Queensland state bank. They pointed out as an example of a government-owned bank being Kiwi Bank in New Zealand. But guess what? 2 years ago, the bank was subject to a $2.1 billion government bailout. And the New Zealand government is currently, re-examining their ownership of the bank. So, there is absolutely no need for government-run banks in Australia. In Australia, we have 4 to 5 major banks, we have approximately 8 to 10 second-tier banks, and we have dozens of credit unions. All of them can provide home loans in a competitive market. So, you don't have to deal with a big bank if you don't want to. There are plenty of other providers. Now, the important thing is a lot of people do choose the big banks because they provide a wide range of products and services, and investors and depositors feel comfortable that their money is going to be safe. So just quickly, a quick education for the Greens. I've had a look at their State Bank manifesto, and in its simplest form, banking is about taking deposits from one group of people, lending it out to another group of people at a margin to cover your operating costs, capital requirements and your risks. The net interest margin on home loans in Australia is currently about 1.7%. The Greens are proposing to give up a 1.5% of that margin, leaving 0.2% to cover all these other costs. It is an absolute recipe for disaster. It's totally unsustainable, and it's just another failure waiting to happen. On top of the operating model that they're proposing, the raw costs for a state government to establish a state bank would be north of $100 million. You can't establish a bank in Australia with capital of less than $50 million, so check one. To establish the bank and put in place an operating platform will be north of $50 million. So that's $100 million funded by the taxpayer. A Greens state bank would be losing money from day one. It would be unsustainable. There is, however, Madam Chair, a bit of a silver lining to all of this. Realistically, only the most ill-informed depositor would trust their money to a Green state bank. So, correspondingly, they would not have much money to lend to home loan borrowers. So, fortunately, the whole experiment would fail quickly, limiting the impact on their depositors and the taxpayers of the state. Madam Chair, it's hard to believe that the Greens see this as a workable solution to the housing crisis. It is fanciful and does not bear scrutiny and is just another misleading Greens thought bubble.
Further speakers? Councillor Chong-Wah.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Susan Hall, on behalf of the Milton Community Group, who is here now in the gallery with other members of the Milton Community Group, has requested that I ask this question to the Mayor. So my question is to the Lord Mayor, through the Chair. Council has recently approved developments in Milton, including a 25-storey office tower and a 26-storey luxury residential apartment tower on a flood-prone site. These developments do not meet all the requirement performance outcomes that are prescribed in the Brisbane City Plan. Lord Mayor, you personally state in Brisbane's inner city strategy that your council is committed to working with residents to deliver the best outcomes to create truly green, connected, inclusive and thriving inner city. Lord Mayor, do you consider it fair and reasonable to continue to approve highly contentious developments that dismiss community input, that ignore the lack of existing infrastructure provided by the council in the Milton high-density area, and which clearly do not align with the performance outcomes that are a mandatory requirement in the Brisbane City Plan?
Lord Mayor.
Well, I think the premise of the question is fundamentally wrong because there's a claim that somehow approved developments aren't consistent with the city plan or the performance requirements of the city plan. The developments would not get approved if they were not consistent with the requirements of the city plan. And that is ultimately, if people have a concern with that, put to the test through an appeals process. And so any submitter on a particular DA, if they don't believe and they think there's legal grounds that it doesn't comply with the city plan, they have the right to appeal. And we don't approve things, or council officers don't approve things that they don't believe complies with the city plan. I wonder if Councillor Seal Chong-Wah did any submissions on these or encouraged people to do submissions, but certainly the reality is we do not approve developments that are not consistent with the city plan. It's as simple as that. Now, people may have views on developments, as they always do. These things always generate interest and they generate debate, but the claim that it's somehow not consistent with the city plan is simply false. And this is the kind of claim that's not helpful for a councillor to repeat.
Further questions? Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Cunningham, Shrinner Council is investing in keeping our suburbs safer through community crime prevention. Can you please update the Chamber on how the Shrinner Council is standing up for Brisbane on crime, including any alternative policies you may be aware of?
Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I thank Councillor Huang for the question. Well, we know that Brisbane has the best lifestyle in Australia, and we on this side of the chamber are determined to keep it that way. Unfortunately, rising crime is putting the well-being and lifestyle of our community under threat, though. You only have to follow the news or talk to your neighbours to see the devastating impact of increasing crime throughout Brisbane. But if that isn't enough, statistics confirm that crime rates are increasing across Brisbane suburbs, with escalating concerns about youth offenders. We will always stand up for Brisbane when it comes to crime, which is why the Srina Council has long supported a number of initiatives to keep our communities safe, and why we announced new initiatives as part of our election platform. We're investing in new and improved lighting in public spaces through our Safer Suburbs lighting program, with over $2 million worth of projects to be delivered this term. We've also opened up applications for the first round of the Lord Mayor's Safer Suburbs grants, with $500,000 in grants for sporting and community clubs to deliver projects which strengthen security at our leased facilities. Applications close next Monday, but we're committed to delivering a second round of this grant program and will continue to support community crime prevention initiatives. In addition to these two initiatives, we're also increasing safety and deterring crime and antisocial behaviour through continued investment in our suburban safety camera network. In July this year, we rolled out cameras at Mount Cootha, following a rise in concerning incidents along popular walking trails, with women in particular feeling unsafe and at risk. Council actively continues to respond to community safety concerns, with 154 new cameras coming online last month. Last financial year, $1.5 million was invested into the safety camera network, with 240 new cameras being rolled out across Brisbane. This financial year, we'll continue to grow our investment in community safety, with $1.85 million to enhance the CCTV network across Brisbane, which currently has over 3,750 cameras. These cameras are monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, by a dedicated team who are also assisted by advanced AI technology. Over the last 12 months, these cameras have played a vital role in capturing and prosecuting more than 1,500 offences, including vandalism, theft and assault. Nearly 2,000 messages were also broadcast using the camera's speaker technology, allowing officers to intervene in real time to deter criminal or antisocial behaviour. This resulted in close to half of the offenders being stopped in their tracks. They've also prevented an untold number of crimes by sending a message to would-be criminals that we are watching. Council also received and processed 851 footage requests, primarily for law enforcement purposes. Madam Chair, I'm very pleased to report that last week, new CCTV cameras were installed near a busy bus stop outside Forest Lake Village, the first of 10 sites specifically identified as part of our Suburban Safety Cameras election commitment. The installation follows a history of concerning behaviour being reported on the 100 bus route, which services the stop in question. It also follows somewhat of a crime spree that hit 10 local businesses in a single night a couple of weeks ago in the Forest Lake ward. The cameras were installed in consultation with QPS and directly feed into Council's 24/7 security room. We know that CCTV cameras won't prevent every crime, but they are a powerful deterrent and they help residents feel safer as they go about their daily lives. This is all about protecting Brisbane's lifestyle. In addition to new fixed cameras, our Suburban Safety Cameras commitment will see a further 26 mobile cameras rolled out across Brisbane this term, one in each ward. Madam Chair, while the state is primarily responsible for responding to crime, our Suburban Safety Camera program is just another way we will stand up for residents when it comes to crime. We are proud to do this on this side of the chamber, but we know that not all parties agree with this position. Because
Councillor
the Greens...
Cunningham, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, for the third year in a row, Council has allocated funding to fix the dangerous Venner Road in Annerley, a road where you know Dr Jeff Copeland died just a few years ago. It's now September and no work has started. Will you ensure the project is actually delivered this year rather than being delayed and rolled over yet again?
Lord Mayor.
I think it's very clear that we have a commitment to investing in Venner Road, but what's also clear is that there's been complexities and delays associated with the project that have caused some longer than anticipated timeframes. But once again, I would point out that it is really, really disappointing that Councillor Johnston continues to try and make a link between the tragic fatality that happened on this road and the project that we are doing, because there is no link. The tragic fatality that occurred happened because a driver was under substance abuse and killed Dr Copeland. It was not because of a road condition. It was not because of a road safety problem with the design of the road. It was because a driver was under the influence of substances which they should not have had in their body, and so that was a tragedy, absolutely. But Councillor Johnston has continued to try and link that tragedy with the project that we are undertaking, and that is absolutely really disappointing that she would take that approach. The reality is we have committed to delivering this project. We will deliver this project. As I said, we've had some delays, and I've mentioned the reasons for that in this chamber in the past. And Councillor Wines can provide some more context as well and the latest on that. But this is a project we are absolutely committed to delivering.
Further speakers, Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Finance and City Governance Committee, Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Cunningham, last week the shocking truth was revealed about what Councillor Massey thought was an acceptable use of ratepayers' funds, which resulted in this chamber calling on Councillor Massey to refund ratepayers for her extreme and divisive newsletter. Can you please update the chamber on your inquiries into this matter?
Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to Councillor Parry for the question. Well, last week it all came home to roost for Councillor Massey because, perhaps for the first time ever, Councillor Massey was asked to be accountable for her own decisions and for her own actions. Councillor Massey chose to spend nearly $20,000 of ratepayer funds to unleash a wave of hurt and upset amongst Brisbane's Jewish community. If Councillor Massey thinks her views and the views of a selected group of ideologically aligned peers on foreign affairs are so important, then I suggest maybe she start a podcast or perhaps an op-ed for Green Left Weekly. But no, that wasn't enough for Councillor Massey. When my office was informed that this newsletter had been sent to councillor support, I was shocked, truly shocked, that a councillor would seek to use their ward budget in this way. The whole saga made councillor support staff, who do their best to support us every day, highly uncomfortable. The advice was shared with Councillor Massey that she needed to satisfy herself that she understood the relevant guideline and that it was appropriate and publicly defendable. Madam Chair, it has been confirmed with me by council officers that in fact no approval or endorsement of the newsletter content was ever provided. And importantly, nor was there any action to censor Councillor Massey. But last week, you might recall, Councillor Massey was desperate to find a scapegoat. It was if she wanted my office to personally intervene. Then she could have been the victim, and I would have been the big bad censor of council. It was up to Councillor Massey to use her own judgment, as it always is, and to ask herself, should the entirety of my community be subjected to a campaign of vitriol and division? In future, I make this offer. Councillor Massey is welcome to personally email me, and I'll be only too happy to let her know exactly what I think of future newsletter content. If she's so intent on myself and council officers being a decision maker and a censor-in-chief and an editor, I'll certainly let her know if she can't determine, Madam Chair, what's racist, if she can't determine what's anti-Semitic and not in the interests of ratepayers, I'm more than happy to help her. Did council officers press the print button, Madam Chair? No, that was Councillor Massey who pressed the print, Massey.
The ratepayer paid for it.
The ratepayer paid for it.
Councillors, thank you. All councillors. Councillor Johnston and Councillor Massey, I am cautioning you, I've just warned you all to be quiet. Councillor Cunningham, please continue.
This whole deflection campaign from Councillor Massey was designed to distract from the central issue, which is that her office planned and orchestrated the mass dissemination of a newsletter which was greatly hurtful and offensive to our Brisbane Jewish community. Brisbane residents are appalled at the priorities of Councillor Massey. I also know that many in the Labor Party are deeply concerned that a Greens councillor would use ratepayer funds to spread inflammatory material like this. The newsletter even included a QR code linking through to a social media page that's promoted the Greens candidate for Moreton up to 11 times in a single day. That is when they aren't posting about a protest at the Deputy Mayor's office or a protest outside a dinner at the Greek Club with the Premier and the Prime Minister. Commenting on and fueling racist misinformation about a conflict abroad is not what residents expect or want from a Brisbane City Councillor. We know that's what many residents said in comments on the councillor's Facebook page last week, and eventually even Councillor Massey agreed, because her office had to shut down the comments because, quote, they had to prioritise their usual work supporting residents. If only they had thought about that, Madam Chair, before spending $20,000 of ratepayers' money on this newsletter.
Councillor Cunningham, your time's expired. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Adams. Councillor Adams, you spent more than $16,000 of ratepayer money on a Eurostar ticket and accommodation during the work leg of your overseas holiday. Given you couldn't or wouldn't tell us last week who exactly you met with, what events you attended and precisely what you spent that ratepayers' money on, apart from a train ticket and accommodation, can you at least tell us today which hotel the ratepayers of Brisbane paid for in Paris?
Councillor Adams.
I know that Councillor Cassidy wishes he was a travel blogger. We know that's the job that he wants if he wasn't a councillor, and I think it's starting to sound a little bit petty, these questions that are coming back here. Can I make it very clear that the hotel accommodation was booked by OCOG? I was a guest of OCOG representing the Lord Mayor who did not attend. The hotel was booked under security.
One moment, please, Deputy Mayor. I caution you again, Councillor Johnston, for calling out across the chamber. You know that is not suitable meeting conduct. Deputy Mayor.
It was under the strictest of confidence for that hotel. I hear the scoffs from over there, but I'm not quite sure if they've listened to the 3 reports that I've already given in this place, but the security was at an absolute premium. There were very, very important people in that hotel that hotel was not allowed to be named. The Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games are now over, and I'm happy to name that hotel. But the petty machinations of an opposition who don't support the Olympics in this city is a disgrace. Councillor Howard has stood today and said exactly as I said. We proudly were there. With Minister Wells, both of us went over, came back, went over again. With Tom Tate, with the Mayor of the Sunshine Coast, with Council of Mayor representatives, with state government representatives, with federal government representatives, as a host city in 8 years' time. So continuing the pettiness of the work that I did, to think now there's going to be some gotcha moment on the hotel which was not released for security reasons is absolutely pathetic behaviour. I'm just being interrupted, I'm just not quite sure.
Yep, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Stop calling out across the chamber.
And I have at no time refused to give a list of who I met with, what meetings I went to and what I'm doing. I've said that will be comprehensively covered in committee presentations next session, now that everyone is back from the Paralympics and the Olympics and we put all of our findings together. But the petty gotcha moments are just embarrassing. And we'll remind everybody in 3 years' time and in 7 years' time, there's only 7 people sitting here saying they hate the Olympics, and it's not on this side of the chambers. They wouldn't know what's good for Brisbane if it hit them in the back of the head, Madam Chair.
Councillor Cassidy, do not call out across the chamber.
Protests a bit much was the interruption I just hear from the juvenile behaviour of running into the chamber and out again last week. So if the travel blogger would like to get on the bandwagon and realise that the Olympics are a fantastic outcome for not only the sporting and the active and healthy options of our city, but its economic growth and its place in this world as a place that people want to visit and see and come and spend money, he is more than welcome. The hotel I stayed at was at the Rue de Collectionneur, as did all of the Olympic family. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Civic Chair of the Community and the Arts Committee, Councillor Howard.
One moment, please, Councillor Atwood. We can't hear the question, unfortunately, as Councillor Cassidy is speaking very loudly. Councillor Atwood.
Thank you. Councillor Howard, Brisbane Festival has officially commenced and will be running until late September. Can you enlighten the Chamber on what this year's program involves and the impact this growing festival has on our local cultural and arts industry?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't think I've reset. Oh, yes, there we go. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to Councillor Atwood for the question. The Brisbane Festival kicked off with a bang on the evening of the 30th of August with the sensational premiere performance of Jean-Paul Gaultier's Fashion Freak Show. I've heard from quite a number of people how exciting that particular show was. I'm yet to experience it myself, but I've been told that it's a must-see. Prior to the show, guests were treated to an incredible welcome to country and a smoking ceremony from the team at Tribal Experiences, led, of course, by the phenomenal Shannon Rusker. And Shannon's adorable little granddaughter joined them also, and she did a fantastic job. The event was incredibly well attended, with guests hearing from Her Excellency, the Honourable Dr Jeanette Young, the Brisbane Festival Chair Anna Reynolds, the Queensland Minister for the Arts Leanne Enoch, and of course our very own Deputy Mayor, Councillor Krista Adams. However, Jean-Paul Gaultier was certainly the star of the show, with guests treated to a night of scandal, style and sexual exploration. There was a lot of tulle, denim, tartan and leather on the runway, and guests were welcomed into a Jean-Paul Gaultier's imaginative world of excess, poetry and magic. In a very exciting collaboration, Australian Indigenous artist and fashion designer Grace Lillian Lee unveiled a specially designed sculptural couture costume for the Fashion Freak Show catwalk. Earlier this year, Grace was invited to collaborate with Jean-Paul Gaultier in Paris to exchange knowledge, designs and inspirations. This incredible opportunity also showcased the knowledge and beauty of Australia's First Nations peoples to an international audience. And for those eager to experience Grace's work, she is exhibiting The Dream Weaver, Guardians of Grace at the Brisbane Powerhouse as part of the festival. The Brisbane Festival is Brisbane's signature arts and cultural festival. And Madam Chair, I'd also like just to put on record that while I was in Paris, I actually got to meet some Australian artists who are taking the opportunity with what is happening in Paris to explore their art, and it's a great collaboration. And I know that the collaboration that Grace had with Jean-Paul Gaultier was certainly something that has really enhanced this festival. There is no arts festival like it, and that's because there is no city quite like Brisbane, Madam Chair. Brisbane Festival has been purposely designed to reflect the personality of the city and to celebrate all that makes this city so wonderful. So on the evening of the 31st of August, thousands of Brisbane residents gathered at South Bank and at viewpoints across the city to experience River Fire. Taking place on the opening weekend of the Brisbane Festival, this spectacular night is a major celebration of our city, and it's fantastic to see it grow in popularity each year. This past fortnight has been anything to go by, Madam Chair. We're in for the best Brisbane Festival we've seen so far, with over 1,000 performances available, a third of which are free to attend. There's sure to be an event for everyone. In addition to Jean-Paul Gaultier's Fashion Freak Show and River Fire, some of the most anticipated events include Lightscape, the Art Boat, Brisbane Serenades, and of course Trent Dalton's Love Stories. Brisbane Festival is the youngest major annual Australian arts festival by at least a decade, but it has a historic past. Brisbane's festival emerged from the Warrant Festival, which originated in 1961. Warrant's theme was entertainment for the people, by the people. It was a much-loved festival. However, come the mid-1990s, it became clear that the city needed a new approach. In 1996, the Queensland Government and the Brisbane City Council created Brisbane Festival as a biennial arts festival with the aim to foster the arts. At around the same time, in 1998, River Festival was created by Brisbane City Council as an annual 10-day event held each September. Designed as a river-based celebration combined with community engagement, River Festival had a broad cultural focus incorporating art, environmental science and sport, underpinned by a strong sustainability message. In 2009, Brisbane Festival and River Festival were combined through a Queensland Government and Brisbane City Council initiative into one large annual international arts festival, creating Brisbane Festival as we know it today. Brisbane Festival has since established itself as a world-class festival and our city's biggest cultural event. The Shrinner Council is proud to support the Brisbane Festival, and we are committed to making Brisbane
Councillor
the lifestyle
Howard,
capital of Australia.
Your time has expired, and that now ends question time. We now move to the Establishment and Coordination Committee. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee reported the 2nd of September 2024. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 2nd of September 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, the 2nd of September be adopted. Is there...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Can I ask that all clauses be taken seriatim for both debate and voting purposes?
Thank you. Lord Mayor. Item A. He's not ready. And Lord Mayor, can you put your microphone on too? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just before we move to the reports, last night City Hall and the Story Bridge were lit up in red in support of Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder Awareness Day. Tomorrow and tonight our assets will be lit up in pink to celebrate the Brisbane Festival, which Councillor Howard just spoke about. On Thursday night, City Hall and the Story Bridge will be lit up in red and white to support Fly the Flag Day, which is organised by Mates in Construction. On Friday, City Hall and Story Bridge will be lit up in magenta to recognise World Sepsis Day. On Sunday, City Hall will be lit up in blue and white to celebrate El Salvador's Independence Day on the 15th of September 1921. Story Bridge will be lit up in green to support World Lymphedema Awareness Day. Just last week, we shared some exciting news with our first captured vision of koalas and other wildlife using Australia's first purpose-built koala bridge at Whites Hill. It is the greenest of the green bridges, and the koalas are using it. We've made sure we have cameras installed, and previously position of cameras wasn't so good, so they've been relocated and reinstalled to make sure that we get the best possible angles and results starting to show straight away. This is also showing that it ties in with the work that we've done through Councillor Adams and Councillor Cunningham to improve the fencing as well along Boundary Road. And so we've had expert advice on where the fencing should be located. We've installed that fencing, and the fencing is helping in a number of ways, including directing koalas to use the koala bridge as well. So the fencing on either side of that koala bridge obviously makes it clear that that's the safe way across the road. They don't read signage, but the fencing does help direct them towards the koala crossing. But that's not the only wildlife that's using that as well. Possums absolutely love it, and they certainly don't need any signage to get anywhere. They can always find the cheekiest way to get across. So look, it's a good outcome, something that we should celebrate. It is the first of its kind in Australia, and obviously the first of its kind in the world. There's no other koala bridges in the world. This is a world first. I also want to thank the federal government for supporting this project because it was done with some federal funding as well. The school holidays are coming up, and wanted to let the people of Brisbane know that there are 450 free and low-cost events for Brisbane families to take advantage of over this coming holiday period. And so nearly 80% of the activities held over the two-week break will be completely free, catering for all interests and all budgets. Victoria Park events include activities guided by the characters of Dirt Girl to teach kids about the wonders of nature, rock climbing walls, yoga for teens in the new Spring Hill Common. Playtopia will return to Roma Street Parklands and offering free workshops for kids aged between 5 and 12. Kids can learn more about Brisbane's own backyard with our environment centres and activities at those environment centres, including bug detectives, featuring the newest showstopper, the giant burrowing cockroach. That gives me the creeps just thinking about it. Nature journaling, wild edible walks, among other things. And so there's plenty to do and see, but also we're also seeing the switch over starting for our pools to summer opening hours as well. That's a process that's starting. And so with the warmer weather coming, so we'll see the use of our pools gear up, and obviously, that's all leading up to the start of $2 dips in December, which is back again this year. Item A on the agenda is the amendment to Brisbane City Plan, the Stones Corner Suburban Renewal Precinct. This is coming back through to the Chamber again now. We've been through to the State Government for their feedback and their interest check. They did, thankfully, give us quite a quick turnaround on that feedback, which is different to what normally occurs. Suburban renewal precincts are part of our plan to make sure we create more opportunities for housing and also mixed-use precincts to thrive in our suburbs in areas that are well located within infrastructure. And so Stones Corner represents one of those opportunities, and we've invested heavily in Hanlon Park and the surrounding public infrastructure and parkland and green space network. It's also got great access to public transport with a train station and a busway station just nearby, and with walking distance to future Brisbane Metro services that will start very soon. So well located for many reasons, both with public transport and also with parkland and green space. Next stage now will be the public consultation process, which will commence shortly, and then hopefully we can get this process moving quite quickly, because the need for housing has never been greater, and this helps facilitate new homes in an area that can accommodate new homes and is well located with infrastructure. So if we're doing all items separately, do you just want me to talk on that and then sit down? Yep, okay.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Clause A, the amendments to Brisbane City Plan 2014 Stones Corner Suburban Renewal Precinct. This is something that we supported originally when it came to Council earlier this year, losing track of time, last session or session before, to go for that initial, to be sent to the state government for that initial state interest check, and for the request for the expedited process. And we continue to support this suburban renewal precinct and the updated amendments to Brisbane City Plan that are before us today. It's no secret that greater housing supply is required across Brisbane, and the Stones Corner precinct is a good option for increased density. I've just recently been reading through Brisbane's Housing Supply Action Plan again. We spoke about that in the City Planning Committee last week. It's not a very big plan, a comprehensive plan. It's 4 pages. This is not included. Stones Corner is not included in this. Obviously, precincts are separate to this. There are areas that are identified for increased density and development around Brisbane. But we did hear from, so Council's position to me is a little bit confused and confusing under the LNP, because we have a discussion around increasing the supply of housing to address at a private developer level, as we've heard today from Councillor Allen, supply issues, and also with increased supply driving down the prices of rents, and making housing more affordable and available to people. But so when we have a discussion around the Housing Supply Action Plan, Councillor Allen says everything is up and running and in place, no changes are required. And then we then see in isolation items like this Stones Corner Suburban Renewal Precinct come through Council. Having a proper and comprehensive housing strategy that isn't sometimes passed off as the city plan or amendments to city plan, sometimes passed off as the Brisbane Housing Supply Action Plan, and sometimes passed off as other documents, would be very helpful for the people of Brisbane to know exactly what is happening when it comes to the levers Council can pull in amending city plan and increasing supply and increasing affordability, and also be very helpful for councillors in this place to not just play this week by week. Obviously the LNP, you presume they know. I know Civic Cabinet and E&C certainly probably does, not sure about the backbenchers in the LNP. It also just helps with all of us in advocating for things and advocating for things that we certainly agree with in the Housing Supply Action Plan, like advocating for greater investment by the Queensland and Australian governments in social and affordable housing, state-delivered infrastructure, state planning reform and aligning council with that, and construction industry support and working with key industry groups, particularly Q Shelter for one as the peak body for housing advocacy in the community housing sector. Had a great meeting with them yesterday to talk about some of the issues facing the sector and some of the things that council are doing, and we had an opportunity to talk about this, the Stones Corner Suburban Renewal Precinct as well, and some more opportunities for council to work with them certainly. So while we support this, we note that before us the height restrictions will be eased, setback designs, and there'll be an ability to fit more tenancies in, so mixed use with newer shop fronts. the proposed area for the precinct is the right spot for density, particularly when you see it is well supported. That density is well supported by the kind of services you need in a modern city. The precinct core is well serviced by public transport, Buranda train station, Stones Corner busway station for the new metro buses to be servicing it, linking the busway right into the city and further south as well. Excellent access to a library, to a pool, sporting fields, green space, Hanlon Park. So I guess, we support it, but certainly make the point that it's a pity that the LNP are going so slow on realising development opportunities in places like this, and similarly failing to develop and deliver the services like this that are already there to enable greater density in other places without the pressures we see, in other places that have been identified in the Housing Supply Action Plan, whether they be in Wynnum, in Lutwyche, in Chermside, in Carindale, Upper Mount Gravatt or Indooroopilly, and certainly getting some of that housing delivered in those areas. So the amendments before us, we understand now, will be sent out for public consultation for people to look at all of the fine-grained details there. Certainly will be up to the local community to show their support for this, but at this point we certainly reiterate our support for this suburban renewal precinct.
Further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Just need that clock reset, I think. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the Stones Corner Suburban Renewal Precinct Plan. The Shrina Council is committed to meeting the demand for new homes and providing for a strong economy and creating vibrant mixed-use communities. As the Lord Mayor has said, the Stones Corner Suburban Renewal Precinct is a fantastic opportunity to deliver more homes in an area where more people want to live, work and relax. Madam Chair, we understand that the large-scale neighbourhood planning process can take many years. That is why we are turning our focus to suburban renewal precincts, whereby detailed planning can occur for smaller, underutilised or strategically located suburban areas, ensuring on-the-ground outcomes can be achieved more quickly. The purpose of the proposed Stones Corner Suburban Renewal Precinct Plan is to revitalise the precinct through the introduction of additional high-density housing, mixed-use outcomes and convenient access to key employment hubs while maximising connections to high-frequency public transport and quality open space. Not only has the precinct experienced rapid population growth, but it is also in close proximity to a range of destinations, including major health, employment, innovation and sport and entertainment facilities. And some of these include Princess Alexandra and Greenslopes Hospitals, the Eco Sciences Precinct, Woolloongabba and South Bank. On the edge of the precinct is the award-winning Hanlon Park, once an ugly century-old concrete drain. It is now a flood-resilient natural waterway and a great destination for families. Not to mention the precinct is well serviced by both active and public transport infrastructure. Through our precinct planning research, we understand that the precinct is especially popular with young people aged 20 to 34, with current residents twice as likely as people in the rest of Brisbane to rely on walking, cycling or public transport. That is why it is important that our suburban renewal precincts are co-located with our active and public transport infrastructure. The Stones Corner, Buranda and Langlands Park busway stations and the Buranda train station are all in easy walking distance of the centre. The main commuter cycle route to the city, the V1 Veloway, is also being upgraded at Buranda and is accessible to Stones Corner residents via Hanlon Park. It is also an excellent example of how housing can be integrated with existing and planned transport and infrastructure to maximise community access. As the Lord Mayor said, we have been working with the state since June to achieve a streamlined, accelerated planning scheme amendment process with the suburban renewal precinct at Stones Corner. And in August, the state issued council with a Section 18 notice setting out the process the council must follow to make the amendment, as well as the communication strategy to be implemented. As such, this submission is now seeking to commence to community consultation on the proposed renewal precinct. As part of the streamlined process, we will also undertake the formal state interest review at the same time. And Madam Chair, I can confirm that we have already received preliminary feedback from key state departments. By undertaking steps in the planning process simultaneously and concurrently, it will enable us to progress this suburban renewal precinct plan much quicker than any other amendment package. The proposed amendment will include changes to the Eastern Corridor Neighbourhood Plan, changes to planning scheme policies and supporting any consequential amendments as required. For example, changes to zones, overlays and tables of assessment. And it is these proposed amendments that will be consulted on. This is a fantastic milestone as the first of the Srina Council suburban renewal precincts to progress, and I look forward to bringing forward other precincts to the chamber later this year. And I'd also point out to Councillor Cassidy that the Housing Supply Action Plan and Brisbane Sustainable Growth Strategy are two documents that work hand in hand. The Housing Supply Action Plan was a rapid response to some issues that the state had with respect to housing. We put that plan together and have certainly looked to a range of incentives, assessment pathways that will speed up housing. So that piece of work is live, it's ongoing, much of it has been delivered. In that Housing Supply Action Plan, we made mention of planning scheme amendments and working with the state to rapidly turn these around. That's exactly what we're doing. So both the Stones Corner and the Stones Corner and precinct planning is mentioned in that Housing Supply Action Plan and obviously in Brisbane Sustainable Growth Strategy. So I look forward to support for this amendment from the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on this clause and on this urban renewal clause for Stones Corner. And as my leader has said, that we are supporting this clause in this urban renewal project. Could we improve on that? Possibly, yes. And with that consultation that's about to happen, maybe there will be some improvements on this important urban renewal project for our city. Obviously, Stones Corner is an old area of Brisbane, which probably will embrace some of the new initiatives that will come out of this urban renewal project. Very close to the city, obviously. And of course, transport nodes and things like that will probably be upgraded as well. But this is not the only area of urban renewal that should be pursued here across Brisbane. Our Councillor Adam Allen just talked about other areas that he will be bringing into the council chamber. I'd like to point out that one area that is really needing some urban renewal because we've got an area called Ellen Grove, which is the acreage side of Ellen Grove. That's been really neglected by council over the years.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
And I just wanted
Point of order. One moment, Councillor Strunk. Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I'm sure Councillor Strunk would like to, but relevant to that Stones Corner renewal only for this committee report.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Strunk, if you can continue and please remain relevant to
Yes, and I am remaining relevant because the chair raised the issue about other areas that he's going to bring into the chamber for this type of development urban renewal development to happen. So I thought I would just take the opportunity to point out one of those areas, like Stones Corner, that's been, Stones Corner probably has been neglected as well over the years, and now they've brought this development to Stones Corner to do that upgrade that's needed for probably one of the tired areas of Brisbane. I used to work over in that area some years ago, and it looked a little bit dilapidated then. It has improved over the years. A lot of the commercial businesses have upgraded their shop fronts and things like that, so I much appreciate that. But again, we need to develop more and more of these areas across Brisbane to take advantage of the space that is available to us, and I wanted to bring up that issue again with Ellen Grove. For the chair to actually have a look at that as a potential site in Brisbane to do a little bit of urban renewal upgrade.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Please stick to item A,
and again,
and you can talk about that in general business. Thank you.
Again, I'm just tying it in with what the chair actually said here no more than 3 minutes ago, right? And I don't see why that's irrelevant, because he mentioned that
Councillor
he's the
Strunk,
chair of development.
Thank you.
Excuse me?
The chair can go around the world, but if you can bring that up in general business and stick to item A, we've got a lot of these clauses to get through.
And I appreciate that, and that's why I wanted to take that opportunity just to encourage the chair to have a look at that space. Stones Corner obviously has been a site that this council has been looking at for a number of years and has developed a plan, which is great. We encourage it, we support it. I just hope that other areas of Brisbane get equal treatment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Further speakers? Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the Stones Corner Suburban Renewal Precinct, as the local councillor for this suburb. It is the first of our suburban renewal precincts which have been identified and received support from the Queensland Government to progress. Ultimately, what we're talking about is unlocking the potential of Stones Corner, creating more opportunities for homes in a well-located, well-serviced part of our city in the middle of a housing crisis. It will convert underutilised commercial and industrial areas into mixed-use precincts and provide a signal to the private market about our desire to create a vibrant community in the suburbs. The area identified already has above average public transport use, and data also shows it has a lower private vehicle ownership than the Brisbane average. With new metro services coming online soon, a nearby train station and a veloway, it's also right next door to our amazing Hanlon Park and has an existing high street. The focus for the precinct will span the core parts of Cleveland Street and Logan Road and encompass part of Gladys Street, Hanlon Park, the Stones Corner Library and the busway. From today, Council will work with residents, landowners, local businesses and community groups to create a vision. This will consider provision of additional housing options, adding into the mix additional room for cafes, restaurants, retail and services to make use of the existing high-frequency transport and the open space. The vision will provide guidance to the local community and the building industry in a consistent and in a coherent way. It's different to a large-scale neighbourhood planning process because the Suburban Renewal Precinct program looks to unlock opportunities for new homes and jobs in smaller and better defined and well-located suburban areas. Something that always sticks with me, Madam Chair, is that 96% or thereabouts of all new homes are built by the private market. And this precinct builds on our Housing Supply Action Plan, which is seeking to fast-track that supply into the market. But I think it will be really interesting through you, Madam Chair, to see how the Green councillors will vote on this today. Will they continue to oppose more housing in the middle of a housing crisis? Will they try and whip up fear among residents and spread misinformation in the heat of a state election campaign? To his credit, the state member, Joe Kelly, has been supportive of this process, and I know Andrew Newbold, our LNP candidate for Greenslopes, also supports more well-located homes like here at Stones Corner. The LNP supports providing more housing choice across the spectrum for people who are on different levels of incomes. The area is also very close to local hospitals as well as QPS office accommodation and will provide options for key workers. We on this side of the chamber, Madam Chair, believe in home ownership. The Greens envision a society where everyone lives in public housing. We support private home ownership, the rights and aspirations of people to own their own homes. This detailed proposal will have to undergo statutory community consultation and finally will need to get state government approval, and I commend this process and the report to the chamber.
Further speakers? We'll now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Division called by Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. Councillors ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. clerks please read the results?
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the vote being 26 in favour.
Motion is carried. Item is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now move to item B. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Item B is the presentation and tabling of the audited consolidated financial statement and the Auditor General's audit reports for the year ending 30th of June 2024. And I do take this opportunity to table those documents as required. Thank you, Billy. I table the consolidated financial statements and the Auditor General's audit report for the year ending 30th of June, the current year financial sustainability statement for audited ratios, and the Auditor General's audit report for the year ending 30th of June. The current year financial sustainability statement for unaudited contextual ratios prepared as of 30th of June. The long-term financial sustainability statement is prepared at 30th of June, and the Queensland Audit Office final management report as well. So these documents as tabled as required every year. Once again, the Auditor General has issued an unmodified audit opinion for our financial statements, and for those who don't know what that is, that's a good thing. Unmodified is what you're after when it comes to Auditor General reports and opinions. A couple of weeks ago, we heard Councillor Cassidy make some fairly embarrassing remarks about the financial statements and depreciation. He said that the finance chair and I had engaged in voodoo accounting. Well, Councillor Cassidy may have an opinion on this, but ultimately the people whose opinion matters a lot more is the Queensland Audit Office. And did they say that Councillor Cunningham and I had engaged in voodoo accounting? No, they didn't. They said nothing of the kind. They, once again, issued us with the unmodified audit opinion, which is a consistent record over many long years for this organisation, because we believe in and practice responsible financial management. We have a great and very competent budget team and financial reporting team, and they've excelled themselves again this year under what have been challenging circumstances. I look forward to hearing Councillor Cassidy's apology for that claim of voodoo accounting. Now, the reports in front of us go into great detail about the process for valuing and depreciating assets and the rigorous process by which all of this is audited. And so I look forward to Councillor Cassidy having a good read of those reports.
Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
Well, I have, and what we know from this regime is that they pay the people that audit council's books a lot of money and provide them a very specific set of information to audit. Yeah. We know that's the case, and that's what's in the report before us today. This regime sends over a set of books, they get audited, and then that audit report is tabled by the Lord Mayor. So they just, they give them a certain amount of information, and then what is brought here to council is not the full story. No. Councillors, whether it's us on this side or all those LNP backbenchers, don't get all of the information. It's the consolidated financial statements, it's in the title, which don't go into a great amount of detail about how those revaluations were done. Now, the Lord Mayor just talked a bit about that extra $6 billion he managed to find in the last financial year to pad out council's accumulated surplus. He obviously didn't like what I had to say a couple of weeks ago about it, so he's very sensitive about that topic, but he's still, again today, despite having weeks and weeks and dozens of his own personal staff and hundreds of staff in council that can help him understand these things, weeks go by and he still can't explain how he managed to find an extra $6 billion worth of value in our road assets, that are crumbling under cars as we speak. So the mammoth change that we've seen, the biggest single-year change in council's history in asset revaluation. Sorry, I misspoke before. I said $6 billion. It's actually $8 billion, Chair. My mistake. I missed that $2 billion in the detail there. $8 billion in revaluations. The $6 billion was for roads alone. So an extra $2 billion was found revaluing other assets that council owns. So in a year we saw the biggest, deepest, most historic cuts to council services and council projects out in the suburbs of Brisbane. We see this regime revaluing council assets to the tune of $8 billion. So they're cutting the budget, the real-time financial year budget on services and projects. They're saying to people who use council libraries, sorry, you don't get tea bags and Arnott's biscuits anymore for the afternoon tea time reading sessions because council's too broke for that under the LNP. And yet, lo and behold, this Lord Mayor gets some financial statements together, sends them off to the auditors and said, we found an extra $8 billion to pad out that surplus, of which this regime can go about borrowing more money to splurge on these massive inner-city projects while community services, while grants, while funding for inclusive Brisbane programs get cut every single week. That is not a small difference. That is not just some normal, simple accounting term to find an extra $8 billion in assets. That is voodoo accounting. That is. Now, if you went around and asked anyone, I reckon, that's driving on Brisbane's roads at the moment, I mean, they're stuck in absolute and utter gridlock, but when they do get a bit of speed up on Brisbane roads at the moment, I wonder if you asked any of them if they felt like they were worth $6 billion more this week than they were a month ago. I don't think so. I don't think so. It is a very clever accounting trick that this LNP regime has used to pad out council's bottom line, in fact. There's also a really clear picture in these consolidated financial statements we have before us today that council is obviously under the LNP regime here blown the budget one too many times. So the council credit card, the credit card for the ratepayers of Brisbane, it's not their money they're using, it's the money that is paid each and every quarter from the ratepayers of Brisbane has been getting a massive workout, Chair. A massive workout. Council's racked up an extra $55 million on that credit card to deliver services, to keep the lights on and to do the basics. And this isn't a credit facility, let's remember, not a credit facility to build projects out in the suburbs of Brisbane or deliver services. That's to fund the normal operations of council, the normal, ordinary, day-to-day operations of council, to pay the bills so they don't come knocking on the door in the middle of the night. So that debt now sits at $242 million on the council credit card that this regime has now racked up. They have drained Brisbane's cash reserves, as we've figured out over the last few months, reduced that by now more than $19 million again, halving council's cash at bank and cash on hand. That's the cash, of course, we need to respond in times of crisis. We saw council access that in the wake of the 2022 flood disaster. That is now not an option. That is not an option for the people of Brisbane now because of the actions of this regime over there. When communities are in need and need their council to support them, they cannot count on Brisbane City Council anymore because of the political decisions of the LNP. That is completely irresponsible that this LNP regime has allowed those cash reserves to get so low in a city that regularly needs them. So what little information we have before us today paints a very, very clear picture. This council has completely mismanaged finances, and although we have very little detail report in the consolidated papers before us, what we can see is that things are very bleak for the people of Brisbane. Rates are going up, of course, we see that. Rates are going up, but ratepayers are getting less. The LNP operate their regime behind closed doors with very little accountability. We're, of course, on this side not privy to what goes on in a lot of those discussions between LNP councillors. We see some high-level reports produced from that so-called work. We don't know what was provided to the Auditor-General for approval, and it's much more than this, but as the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. When it comes to this, Lord Mayor, you could not trust a thing he says about the council budget. You cannot trust a thing he says about these consolidated financial reports. You cannot trust a thing that this Lord Mayor says, because every time he promises he'll do something, he breaks that promise and then blames somebody else, of course. We would like to see greater transparency, but what we are learning here in this council chamber and the people of Brisbane are learning, transparency is not something you get from a regime.
Further speakers? Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item B, which is the consolidated financial statements, which have been audited by the Queensland Auditor-General. The statements have been reviewed and endorsed by the Audit Committee and subject to rigorous oversight from the Queensland Audit Office. They're prepared by the Financial Accounting and External Reporting team in corporate finance, all of whom are CPA or CA qualified. These statements show that once again the Shrinner Council has responsibly managed the council's finances in the face of considerable headwinds. Despite record investment in infrastructure and rising costs, we've kept the budget in a strong and sustainable position, keeping costs down. The report shows contributions, donations, subsidies and grants have reduced by over $40 million since the previous year. Employee expenses increased by $51.9 million last year, largely due to the EBA pay rise and payments towards the mental health levy. These figures for materials and services show Council showed great discipline in managing expenses, keeping costs down at a time when the cost of nearly everything in the world was going up. Regarding our cash position, Council has an active strategy to manage cash closely to minimise any additional interest payments. With the lack of transparency and ongoing changes in the timing and amount of state and federal grant funding, particularly in the lead up to the end of financial year, it is difficult to accurately forecast cash balances for the 30th of June. We recently had a Finance Committee presentation on the financial assistance grants. Councillor Huang and Councillor Collier, who are on the Finance Committee, have witnessed a lot of debate and discussion on this topic through their attendance at ALGA and LGAQ events. Brisbane City Council's funding and allocations from this grant are declining, and overall the pot is getting smaller relative to the overall tax revenue that's collected by the federal government. So, Madam Chair, I'm not seeking to make this a red versus blue debate. This should be about Team Brisbane and Team Local Government. We all need to push for the federal and state governments to provide greater funding for Brisbane to get its fair share, regardless of what party is in power. And at the very least, we need greater certainty and predictability when it comes to the timing of these payments from other levels of government. Now, on the topic of depreciation and asset values, which I have spoken about twice in this place before, perhaps Councillor Cassidy should go back and read the minutes, it feels like we're witnessing some kind of post-truth era politics from those opposite. No claim is too outrageous or baseless for them. They just throw mud and see what sticks. The report of the Auditor-General before us today goes into great detail about what the process is for valuing and depreciating assets and how the QAO challenge and review each part of that process to ensure that everything is done correctly and that the approach is and that it is beyond reproach. How could those opposite ever think that they could lead this organisation into the future with the carry-on and the nonsense that we hear from Councillor Cassidy week in, week out? Our financial statements are actually prepared not by me personally, Madam Chair, but by qualified people, and I'll take their advice over the Labor Party any single day. We have people called accountants and we have people called independent auditors. And following work done by accountants and auditors, we present the financial statements on behalf of council. It's one thing to criticise policy decisions taken by the administration or perceived issues with executive management of council or the budgeting process even. That's politics. But to say that anyone who is professional has engaged in quote-unquote voodoo accounting or creative accounting is absolutely appalling. How can they be taken seriously, Madam Chair? If those opposite don't like what I'm saying, they can check the minutes from a couple of weeks ago. It's what they said. They should be held accountable for their disgraceful comments, Madam Chair, and I commend the report to the chamber.
Any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I'll rise briefly to speak on item B. I think that every year this happens, that the LNP dress up their financial figures under the cloak of the Auditor-General's report. Now, the Auditor-General's report really looks at, is the accounting correct? It doesn't look at the quality of the decisions, the choices of the LNP, how they've managed the budget. It looks at whether or not the financial figures that are created by Brisbane City Council are reliable. That's essentially what it does. So it does not in any way give any support or encouragement or congratulations to the LNP on the decisions it's made in managing the city's finances. Far from it. It is a tepid statutory statement. And it simply says that the Auditor-General, based on his work, his objective is to attain reasonable assurance about whether the current financial year statement as a whole is free from material statement. That's his job. So it is a good thing that the council officers have prepared a report that is free from mistake. That is good. That is a tick. Yes, we'll give that a tick. But what this does not do in any way, shape or form is give any endorsement or credibility to the way in which the leadership of the LNP, including the Finance Chair and the Lord Mayor, run the city's budget and the decisions they make with the expenditure in this city. It doesn't do that. And to imply that it does, as the Lord Mayor and the Finance Chair have done, is just wrong. It's plainly wrong. In fact, Councillor Cunningham clearly isn't aware of her own responsibilities as well. She signs off on this document, so she is responsible for it, and every single councillor sitting in this place is responsible for the preparation of the budget as well. So when we stand up in here, or when I stand up in here and raise concerns about the budget, it is always ignored by the LNP. That's the way it's always been. When I raise concerns about funding in my ward that is not being fairly allocated, while LNP wards are getting gold-plated standards, that is ignored. But the Finance Chair and the Lord Mayor have driven this city's budget into the ground with their bad decision-making. And that bad decision-making stems largely from the mismanagement of their major signature projects and the budget blowouts and the stuff-ups and the mistakes and the cost overruns, changing council departments, losing staff, being unable to manage trimming trees, mowing grass, you name it, from one end of council to the other end of council, the decisions that the LNP is making is having an adverse effect on service delivery in the city of Brisbane. Now, the Auditor-General doesn't look at any of that. No. The Auditor-General doesn't look at it and go, well, you've run your cash reserves down. He goes, oh, well, there's $19 million in the bank and you say you've got $19 million, tick. That's what the Auditor-General does. Doesn't go, well, gee, Lord Mayor, you used to have $100 million in the bank and now you've got 19. I'm not sure you're going in the right direction there, Lord Mayor. He doesn't do anything, or they don't do anything along those lines. So to claim that there is some sort of endorsement from the Auditor-General about how this city is being run, its financial management or mismanagement, is completely untrue. It is also, I think, concerning that the finances of the city are in such a perilous state. Because rates are going up. They go up and up and up, another 7.5% for homeowners. You know, they talk about an average, but the cap is way higher than that. So rates always go up. In my 16 years here, they have never gone down, ever. And in the time I've been here under the LNP, they've doubled. So it is appalling that the mess this LNP have got themselves into by cozying up to developers who then can't deliver their projects, so there is no revenue coming in. You know, then they increase fines and, you know, you've got to pay more to get your library book or whatever it might be. These are not good decisions. Costs $6.70 or something to go to a pool for a visit. And yes, they've introduced $2 summer dips.
Councillor Johnston, your time is
but it's not good enough.
Expired. Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on this particular clause, especially the consolidated financial statement. And having looked through the papers, there was a few pages missing from the previous statement last year, about 30-odd pages actually, so less and less information is being given to this chamber year after year, and you only have to look at the quarterlies as well. It's, you know, it's really, and the excuse is, well, this is the way the state government does. Well, fine. Let's try to do better, right? And we used to do better. We used to be getting more information, but that doesn't seem to be the case. They want to hide things because they're embarrassed about their financial, well, this particular financial statement, and obviously last year's as well, of course. I mean, with that $400 million cut, it certainly stands out in this statement, and in last year's statement as well, of course. Now, if we have a look at the revenue, over the last 2 years, consolidated fees and charges, right, have gone up 7%, and it's projected to be 11% this year, which is well above inflation rate. You think about it. I was shocked actually at the increase in fees and charges. It's they didn't want to increase the rates too much, but I tell you what, those fees and charges are you know, something that the ratepayers of Brisbane, right, don't actually see until they actually have to pay something. But they see those rates come through every quarter, though, and they know when there's an increase. So one way of deflecting that is to, of course, put up the fees and charges, right? And so we look at that, and you know, it's a lot of money when you think about it. You know, in 2023 it was $210 million. 2024 was $224 million, and projected to be $249 million. So it's $250 million next year, and that's just a phenomenal amount of money for fees and charges, right? Now, in the 2023 financial report, of course, there was a council achieved a $21.7 million in interest revenue. And interest is, you know, that's a good thing. Income, interest revenue, in this particular financial year, 2024, it's 14 million. So there's been a big drop, right? In next year, it's proposed to drop even further to 7.4 million. So where's all of our interest gone from all that money we used to have in the bank? Well, we know where it's gone. We spent the money. And so no interest on green bridges, on all those gold-plated projects, Metro, green bridges, Victoria Park, just more and more every, you know, whatever they think of, they never spend. When it comes to a project, they never have small little projects really. They never seem to promote those. It's always those big ticket items, right? They got to be bigger and bigger all the time. So that's really telling actually when you have a look at the that interest revenue. Now, in regards to expenses, there was a huge cut in expenses for material and services. It was anticipated in the 23-24 to be $2.4 billion. However, council spent only $987 million. Good grief, where'd all those services go? Well, we know where they went. The ratepayers of Brisbane lost those services, and we can see it just driving around Brisbane, just looking at the roads that are not resealed, just looking for those parks that are not being upgraded, just looking for footpaths that are still broken and not being fixed. So, you know, honestly, you know, the ratepayers are really not benefiting from this Schrinner Council. You know, over the last 8 years, I've seen it just get worse and worse, right? I remember when Quirk introduced the resurfacing, you know, road resurfacing program, it was something like $100 million a year that he would do, and it just keeps going backwards and backwards and backwards. Yeah, obviously it was a priority for him, and it wasn't green bridges. Now, in regards to finance cost, we spent...
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Lord Mayor, right of reply.
Well, thank you. Well, with the exclusion of Councillor Cunningham, that was just embarrassing. The contributions we heard were just embarrassing. What we heard from 3 different councillors was the same version of the sky is falling, everything's terrible, and by the way, not only can you not trust the financial statements, you can't trust the Auditor General either, and you can't trust the council officers. That's basically the summary of what was being implied.
Point of order.
There.
One moment, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor
Claim
Thompson.
to be misrepresented.
I note your claim of
because,
misrepresentation.
Madam Chair, give you the little tip. I don't actually prepare these financial statements. I'm not the one that puts them together. Yes, I prepare the budget with the support of council officers and Councillor Cunningham, but I certainly don't prepare the financial statements. And I'll give you another tip. Asset revaluation. I didn't ask for that to happen. Did I, Councillor Cunningham? No. In fact, we were told this has to happen. To meet current accounting standards, this has to happen. And so here's a great example of how the Labor Party and their limited understanding of how financial statements work, how accounting works, have tried to cook up some big conspiracy that I've somehow ordered for a revaluation to be done, you know, to artificially prop up the council budget. And it was interesting. Councillor Cassidy seems to genuinely believe that the asset revaluation will allow us to borrow more money. He said that. He said, it will add to our surplus, which will allow us to borrow even more money. Well, Madam Chair, we don't actually borrow against our assets. We borrow against our income. The only, or the most important measure that the Queensland Treasury Corporation looks at is our income. They don't look at whether we own roads or parks because they're not liquid assets. They're not assets that we have any intention of selling. Yeah. We can't monetise those assets. So they don't look at them when they assess our borrowings. They only look at our income. And if Councillor Cassidy can't understand that simple accounting fact, he should be ashamed of himself. It's a basic thing, and it's embarrassing that he comes in here with this rubbish. But let me read from page 23 of the financial statements. Comprehensive revaluations are undertaken at intervals of not less than 5 years. It has to happen. These are performed by independent valuers or suitably qualified internal experts for infrastructure, land, building and other assets. In the intervening years, a suitable cost index is generally obtained from independent valuers or suitably qualified internal experts and applied to the assets in each class. So what does that mean? A major revaluation happens every 5 years. In the meantime, a cost index increase is applied to those assets. But every 5 years, a major revaluation occurs. And that's exactly what's occurred here. Not because I asked for it to occur, but that's what we have always done. There's been a revaluation every 5 years based on the accounting standards and the requirements to do that. And so what's happened in the last 5 years? Are things worth a lot more? I don't know. Is land worth more? Is road building more costly? Like, pretty much everything we do costs more to do. And so it would follow that a road has more value now than it did a few years ago because it costs more to replace that road. It's a simple principle. And the land costs more underlying it as well. And so, you know, this is not rocket science here. It's a basic thing. And the fact that Labor is, and others, are trying to question this simple thing, which has been put forward by the council officers and the budget team, is actually genuinely embarrassing. But then they were also verballing the Auditor-General. Now, I heard Councillor Johnston saying he doesn't make an assessment on our, you know, the financial management here. Well, first of all, the Auditor-General is female. Yeah. Rachel Vagg is the Auditor-General, not a he. It's Rachel. Now, the Audit Office does not just rely solely on the information that we give them once a year. They are in fact embedded into our internal independent audit committee, which meets all the way throughout the year. And so they get a picture of everything that's happening throughout the year through our independent audit committee. They have a great deal of information. They can ask for anything they want, which they do. But listen to what the Auditor-General has said. This is her letter to us. I have audited the accompanying financial report of the Brisbane City Council and its controlled entities. In my opinion, the financial report gives a true and fair view of Council and the Group's financial position as of the 30th of June 2024 and of their financial performance and cash flows for the year then ended. B, it complies with the City of Brisbane Act 2010, the City of Brisbane Regulation 2012 and Australian accounting standards. I conducted my audit in accordance with the Auditor-General's auditing standards, which incorporate the Australian auditing standards. I am independent of the Council and the Group in accordance with the ethical requirements of the Accounting Professionals and Ethical Standards Board, APES 1110, Code for Ethics for Professional Accountants. And so I believe that the audit evidence I have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide the basis of my opinion. So we've had all kinds of aspersions being cast today against myself, that somehow I've asked for a revaluation. I didn't. I don't prepare these reports. The officers do. I don't audit these reports. The Queensland Audit Office does so independently. And so it's just outrageous, the claims that have been made. Labor can criticise, others can criticise budget decisions I make. That's okay, they did that. They spent a lot of money criticising those budget decisions in the recent election. And in fact, it backfired. But when it comes to the audited financial statements, to criticise them is actually really quite inappropriate because they're criticising the officers and they're criticising the Queensland Audit Office. So I guess today is a great example of how to undermine an opposition's credibility in one fell swoop. You make all these outrageous claims that can't be substantiated. You cast aspersions on a whole range of people who are independent and who are just doing their job. And then you wonder why no one takes you seriously when you make claims in the future. It's the boy who cried wolf again and again and again. And every year they come in and say the same thing. Every year they come in and make those aspersions on people who have been involved in this process. And so I want to just thank our finance team and I want to thank the Queensland Audit Office. You do a fantastic job and you do not deserve the criticism that has been dished out today.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We'll now put that report to the vote. Although, oh, sorry, one moment. Yeah, Councillor Johnston, your point of misrepresentation.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The Lord Mayor stated that I said in my speech that you cannot trust the Auditor-General or Council officers. In fact, my speech indicated that they had done their jobs, but I was critical of the Lord Mayor and the Financial Chair's decision-making with respect to the City of Brisbane.
We'll now put that report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Thank you. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour, 6 against and 2 abstentions.
That's carried. Councillors, please resume your seats.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. We'll now move to item C, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item C before us today is the contracts and tendering report of contracts accepted by delegates of council for August 2024. It's important to note in this report there's many things there that came through in August. 4 out of 4 of these contracts were actually awarded to local suppliers, which is 100% for local suppliers in the month of August. Financial year to date, that is just adding to the now nearly 94% of contracts worth nearly $248 million to the local suppliers as well. Some of the contracts we see before us today are a new and expanded playground at Jamboree Park, including new swings, rockers, climbing elements and a play fort. Package 1 of our community facilities car park upgrades, including Acacia Ridge Community Support, Acacia Ridge Meals on Wheels and the Creche Kindergarten and the Stafford Scouts. We also have the rehabilitation of the Bowen Bridge Road Bridge Piers at Bowen Hills. I'll leave the rest to the chamber.
Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. Rise to speak on this item today. And again, what we're seeing in contracts and tendering, I now have 2 criticisms. One is the increasing use of contractors ordinarily to do basic and ongoing council work. But now what we've seen over the last few months, not just since the 2024-5 council budget, but also in the lead up to that, as a result of the $400 million in cuts that we saw this LNP mayor bring down last year, is fewer and fewer contracts overall as well. Interesting to note the Deputy Mayor get up in introducing, well, not introducing this item and talking on this item, in saying there were many, many things in here. In fact, there's just 4, and was able to rapidly get through them in a minute or so. So when we do see contracts coming through, of which these things have been funded by the Lord Mayor and his budget, we're seeing an increasing use of contracts to engage temporary workers, labour hire workers and contract out basic work. But even that's not happening as much now. Obviously, this one has 4 in it. There was about half a dozen or 8 for the previous month and a similar number for the month before that. I recall going through contracts and tendering reports years ago, which used to go over about 4 or 5 pages. And major amounts of contracting out in those. We see very minor amounts of contracting out here. The one that didn't have a lot of detailed information, the Deputy Mayor has outlined the car park work, I think, across 3 sites, 2 at Acacia Ridge and 1 at Stafford. So I suppose that answers that question, but given the part-time mayor is not here after afternoon tea, the part-time administration, maybe it's generous in calling them a regime because they're not even, they don't seem to be doing anything. Certainly, I don't know if it could be a part-time regime, but their heart's clearly not in it when it comes to the day-to-day business. No warmth, no passion for the projects, unfortunately, with the LNP. So probably not much more to say on this one, Chair.
Any further speakers? Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to speak a little bit about a couple of the contracts, of course, and as the Deputy Mayor pointed out, one of my questions, of course, was which car parks was the funding for this contract for upgrade is going to benefit, and she announced that, but it wasn't in the papers. So, honestly, why wasn't it in the papers? Well, I couldn't see it in the papers. Maybe she can correct me. But it's really important that especially in car park issues, I have a car park that's been looking for an upgrade for some years now, McEwen Park. I won't speak too much about that, obviously, but it was on my wish list for a number of years now, because it's important that we look after and maintain these car parks for the groups that are actually using that space, right? Because in regards to the one I was thinking, or talking about my ward, of course, it was just it was like a rocky road. Honestly, it's really bad. It was really bad, and I assume that some of these other car parks that are being upgraded as well are in the same bad situation. We tend to let them go too far, and then when we do upgrade them, it costs that much more money to do so. Now, I know, I think it was Logan City Council has come up with a new surfacing on 4 car parks with different materials that I've passed on to our outcomes manager to have a look at, because it's a lot less costly and it does a terrific job. I'm not a scientist, so I'm not going to stand here and tell you how it all works and what the materials are, but they are looking into it, because as I say, car parks are one of those needed sites, and I know in the Callanvale ward they've just established a new car park over there at the cricket grounds at a very large cost. So we got to maintain it, and if we don't maintain them, we end up with rubble, basically, which is what McEwen Car Park is. So it's an important initiative, and I'm glad to see this money come through for it. But it's important that we look after them as time goes on, and not just wait for them to deteriorate to the point where they're absolutely a hazard, a health or a safety hazard. Now, in regards to another item in there was a upgrade to the Jamboree Ward playground. And again, one of those upgrades that is probably very needed. I'm sure Councillor Hutton's really looking forward to it, and her residents. But the amount of money we're spending for the upgrade would cover the establishment of a park in my ward, which we are doing in Grove Street for this year for a little bit less money, actually, than that upgrade. And I think it's important. It's all about priorities here, right? yes, we've got to maintain these things and we've got to upgrade these things where we can, but we really got to invest money in establishing new parks, especially in developed areas that have all these townhouses and houses as well. New Woolworths going in as well, so it's going to attract a lot more people to the area for development, and we have no park. You know, no park. So it's just, as you say, it's just crazy. And I don't begrudge Councillor Hutton getting her park upgraded, and I think Councillor Collier is going to talk about an upgrade later in this meeting. And talk about what it means to her and her residents. But I can assure you, over the last 8 years, that's all I've been doing is really doing upgrades with my CEF funding, basically, for all those number of neighbourhood parks in my Forest Lake suburb, which the developers made sure that every village had a park, a flat 1 to 2. But anyways, the upgrades are important, and we keep doing that. Sunshades, of course, are the latest thing. A sun cover, which was a really good initiative, and that's been rolled out as well. So I just wanted to get up and speak a little bit about upgrades and new parks, even though I know new parks aren't part of this part of the contracts here, but. They do both, are two both important issues that we have to deal with in this council, and I just don't think we're spending enough time and effort.
Your time has expired, Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair.
Any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, just briefly on item C, I too, like Councillor Cassidy, noted that there are just 4 items on this report in August. So at the beginning of a new financial year, you would think it's at a time with a new budget that Council will be full steam ahead on all the projects for our city, and instead there are just 4 small items coming forward, including a new playground in Jamboree, toilets for Princess Alexandra Hospital for bus drivers, community facilities car park upgrades, which I'll speak about in just a moment, and Bowen Bridge Road bridge rehabilitation, so all a few $100,000. And goodness me, if 4 projects for small things can't be done locally, then there's definitely a problem. So I think the Deputy Mayor got a bit lucky today with that. But I do want to briefly mention the community facilities car parks. I'm happy to hear, and I thought I heard 4 car parks getting an upgrade, but I'm not 100% certain. I thought there were 2 in Acacia Ridge, there was some sort of creche, and then there were the Stafford Scouts. But anyway, there are 3 or 4 car parks being upgraded with $470,000 in funding. I note that for the past 14 years, the Dunlop Park car park at Corinda has been neglected by the LNP, and whilst the Lord Mayor tells residents that they should ask me for the money, I note that this council does capital fund car park upgrades, has done so every single year that I have been a councillor, and here we are again today, seeing money spent, hopefully where it's needed at these locations. I don't know how good they are. I might go and check out the Stafford Scouts car park and see how bad it is compared to the horrific Corinda car park. But I just note that this council is funding car park upgrades using capital funding.
Any further speakers? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. I just rise to speak on item C very briefly, and I'm very excited to be delivering the Jamboree Park upgrade. Now, I did want to put on record that is using our Suburban Enhancement Fund, and it is going to be a very exciting enhancement for that little community. They've had a lot to say about it, and so, Councillor Strunk, I look forward to inviting you to the opening.
Any further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I'll rise briefly to speak on this item because it's also really important I put on the public record about one particular council car park that has been a real big challenge for a state school in our area, and that's Dutton Park State School. This car park, which I've spoken to many council officers about, is not DA compliant. There is a person that has accessibility needs at Dutton Park State School. As we heard earlier, we are using capital expense to upgrade Brisbane City car parks, and yet I'm consistently and constantly told that there is nothing that Brisbane City Council could potentially do with this car park that is not DA compliant for school children to be dropped off in this area.
Massey, it is,
Nonetheless,
Councillor Massey,
I will.
it should be something that is actually in the
The
report. But if you
upgrades of the
wanted
car
to
parks
speak on that,
within the contracts.
I would specifically, I would recommend though that you do this in GB. Thank you.
It's not too far, that car park at all. No, and that's a Brisbane City Council car park.
Not school.
That's right, that's
school.
right. That car park, which is a Brisbane City car park, which is a facility that is a part of the contracts being upgraded. Nonetheless, I just want to speak briefly to put that on the agenda because it's really important that we are seeing capital expense spent on car parks, but that particular car park, which is a challenge, is not having any movement on it at the moment. Thank you.
Further speakers? No further speakers. We'll put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to division. Councillor Cassidy has called a division, seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 7 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We will now move to item D. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Item D is the SCP for Ecosystem Restoration and Weed Management. This panel supports the conservation and enhancement of Council's owned or controlled parks, waterways, Habitat Brisbane sites and conservation reserves. The item before us today seeks Council approval to move forward with a public tender, ensuring we continue to effectively manage and improve Brisbane's natural environment when current arrangements expire. Ecosystem restoration involves everything from preemptive maintenance to returning degraded bushland to a healthy, self-sustaining state. This includes vegetation audits, weed removal, site preparation for fire management, and maintenance of stormwater systems. Additionally, our weed management strategy addresses both floating and submerged aquatic weeds, focusing on their removal and control. Currently, we have 2 separate panels for our ecosystem restoration, which expires in April next year, and another one for aquatic weed management, which expires in November this year. The SCP proposes to consolidate these services into a single panel with 3 categories. Number 1, ecosystem restoration services. Number 2, vegetation condition audits. And number 3, aquatic weed harvesting. This streamlined approach will boost efficiency and enhance our efforts in managing and preserving Brisbane's natural environment. In terms of particularly the aquatic weed harvesting, the question that no doubt the opposition will ask, and one that we asked as well, is given that there's an ongoing need to do this work, is there work that can be done in-house? And we did in fact ask that question of the CEO. His advice was that the nature of the weed harvesting is that there can be periods of the year where things are very slow and it's not very much required, and then suddenly it all grows at once in multiple locations at once. And so that's where you really do need contractors on board to be able to gear up and then wind down based on the need. And we've seen that happening in particular situations with the challenges, for example, in Forest Lake, which are cyclical. And so a lot of work might need to be done in a short period of time, and then there's other times of year where not so much work is required. So in that circumstance, it is our belief that the best option is to go through with a panel of providers. And so just wanted to assure the opposition, because I know that they will raise it, that we are always looking at opportunities to make sure we can deliver things efficiently and effectively. Sometimes that involves doing things in-house with internal resources and internal teams. Other times it involves doing it with external contractors. We don't have an ideological bias one way or the other, unlike some. We simply would say that whatever gives us the best outcome for the best efficiency and the best value for ratepayers' money is the option that we should have a look at. And over time that can change as well. And so there are times where doing things in-house is the most effective way of doing it. And then there are other times where doing it externally is the most effective way of doing it. And so I think it would be wrong to have a fixed view on which way is best, and that we should continue to look at both options as options and choose what is best based on the current conditions and circumstances.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I speak on Clause D, the Stores Board submission for aquatic weed management services. Obviously, the Lord Mayor is becoming more attuned and more sensitive to the issue of casualising council's workforce through continued use of contract labour and contracting out basic and ongoing work. He's tried to use a couple of limited examples in his speech just now to prove why more of this work can't be done in-house. But there's a couple of great examples in my own ward and in your ward as well, Chair, and in places all around Brisbane. I'm sure lots of councillors on that side will get up and make this argument too, that there needs to be over in Sherwood, there needs to be more ongoing work allocated to the management of aquatic weed, to the management of council's owned and controlled waterways. So for the last 9 years I've been a councillor, I have seen the funding for weed management, particularly in Cabbage Tree Creek, in the Zillman waterholes, at Dowse Lagoon, in other places around the north side, be completely stagnant. We see the same paltry amount allocated each year for weed management in those places that I mentioned. Never goes up each and every year. And it's little wonder we get the feedback from people who see these waterways infested with weeds and overgrown, reporting that more and more often. We hear from council officers who have to manage these contracts, telling us that there's not enough money to do the kind of work that really needs to be done. And what we're seeing from the LNP is to just this business as usual approach, allocating the same amount of money that they did a decade ago and expecting that that is enough for this external contract. We just heard a lecture from Councillor Cunningham and the Lord Mayor about half an hour ago how the cost of everything is going up, the cost of all these contracts is going up, but the money that's being allocated to do this work isn't. Now, the Lord Mayor used a couple of examples, as I said, to suggest that this work is entirely cyclical and therefore you would only engage a contractor for a short period of time. Well, that is just not the case for those examples that I just gave in the Zillman waterholes, for one, in the Cabbage Tree Creek catchment, which it ends in my ward, goes through your ward, Chair, up through Councillor Davis's ward and beyond Brisbane as well. In Dowse Lagoon, we're seeing that Ramsar listed site get smaller and smaller and smaller because the exotic grass species, which are running rampant around there, are closing in the banks of that lagoon more and more and more every year. And the feedback we get from council officers who only can work with what they are allocated by the Lord Mayor each and every year is that there is never never going to be enough money when we look at the kind of funding allocations the Lord Mayor has made in successive budgets to get on top of that. They say they could do it once, clear out all of that grass, those African grasses that are there, but it'll just come back next year and there'll be no money next year to keep maintaining it. That's a yearly ongoing job. Now, this isn't just sort of aesthetically pleasing, I guess. A lot of people would like to see the lagoon look healthier, the Dowse Lagoon, but it is a Ramsar listed site of which Council has signed up to as a custodian of in maintaining that asset. And what we see year after year is the approach that the Lord Mayor has just outlined, that it's not a priority, that it's about contracting those services out for a couple of months of the year to do one-off jobs and to do basic ongoing maintenance by external contractors. And it's leading our natural environment, our waterways, our lagoons, to be degraded, to be entirely and totally degraded. We hear week after week the likes of Councillor Davis, the Chair of the Environment and Parks Committee, get up and say how wonderfully green and sustainable Brisbane is. But it's these little things that make a huge impact on not just the livability of our communities, but also the long-term health of our natural environment. And what we're seeing here with the approach that these contracting plans bring into Council is that they continue to see our waterways being degraded. So there is a place, definitely a place, for cyclical work to supplement what Council's capabilities are. I read the papers today and it says that. It says currently Council can provide some of these services, but not all of them. And there's a reason for that. It's because of the approach of the LNP over successive years in contracting more and more and more of that work out. So yes, that is true that today we don't have the workforce and the machinery and the funding to carry out this work on a daily basis to making sure we're managing our waterways. There is a reason why. It's because the LNP decided that's not a priority. And that's why then, by design, not by accident, but by design, we have the Lord Mayor bringing these contracts to Council to contract out more of that work. So that's the situation we're in today. We absolutely support the work of weed management in Brisbane, in improving the health of our waterways, but not the LNP's approach to contracting that out and hiding behind those contracts and saying, well, council officers can't manage this work. I mean, how insulting. How insulting is that? Can you imagine those waterway officers? I talk to them all the time. There's fewer and fewer of them. I'm sure you do too, Chair. Probably the same one that I do. When we talk about local waterways, how insulting would it be for those officers to find out that the Lord Mayor of Brisbane doesn't think they are capable and wouldn't be capable of managing this work in-house if they had the resources allocated to it? Can you believe like the disrespect that this Lord Mayor brings upon this workforce within Council, saying they are not good enough? He would prefer contractors. And again, it is all by design. So we want to see more investment. When we talk about services and projects in the suburbs, these are critical. When you look at how choked Cabbage Tree Creek has become, how choked the Zorman waterholes are just in my ward, and a Ramsar listed lagoon like the Dowse Lagoon. And I remember it was about 8 years ago, the Lord Mayor at the time said he was going to spend $1 million putting a fountain in that lagoon. We said at the time, instead of doing that, why don't you spend some more money on maintenance of this lagoon? It is a historic Ramsar listed site that needs a lot of weed maintenance. The LNP at the time went, well, if you don't want the fountain, you get nothing. You get absolutely nothing. We'll just put, $10,000 or $20,000 for a contractor to come and do a little bit of maintenance here and there. And that's deeply disappointing. But again, when you look in the context of this contract, in the broader context of today's meeting, you do understand why. We see through the papers that are before us today, not just massive increases in rates people are paying, but massive cuts to materials and services and projects out in the suburbs of Brisbane. This is another example of that. A business as usual approach of starving starving vital services like weed management, waterway health of funds over successive years and successive decades now. Saves a bit of money for the bottom line for council's budget, but ultimately leaves our city in a much worse off place. And as we welcome international visitors in 8 years' time to the Brisbane 2032 Games, what kind of place will they see as they drive around the suburbs of Brisbane, seeing the parlous state of our natural environment? Deeply disappointing.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Obviously, there's no one on the other side other than the Lord Mayor that's got any interest in this particular store board submission, which is sad. Anyways, so I was interested to read through what the store board submission was supposed to cover, and just reading right through the quite large, well, quite reasonable, large list of what whoever the successful tenderer is for the next 8 years. I'm thinking that this amount of money that's stated is not going to be anywhere near what's going to be needed. And I take Leader of the Opposition's comment on that it hasn't really gone up in any substantive way, like everything else has gone up. So why hasn't it gone up? A little bit of a question there, but anyways, but to have a look, what I was really interested in, of course, is what the money that's going to be spent on weed infestation or getting rid of the toxic weed in the case of the Forest Lake itself, which Council has done a good job with the current maintenance plan that was put into place by Councillor Quirk some years ago. And that investment to bring back that lake to what people now are happy to walk around and not smell noxious weed and the algae, the blue-green algae buildup that just smelled like dead animals or something. I don't know. It's really hard to describe. Anyways, it was really, really bad. But we're not there yet, unfortunately. At the last Dragon Boat Regatta, we couldn't use any boats in the lake because of the blue-green algae, even though you couldn't really see it very well like previous years, but it was still there. And it was there in a way that was going to be unhealthy for the occupants of the boats paddling around in the lake. But also weed infestation is also a big issue around the lake as well, and to try to keep on top of that. And the waterways leading into the lake, and those other creeks and stormwater culvert. And there's one through the Direct Commons, which is undergoing some restoration at the moment, has had out on Blunder Road, and the crews have been there for like 4 months. It was, I don't know what happened, didn't ask, but I know they're doing their best to try to rectify the problem there on Blunder Road from the Commons. And because that's where all the water that flows from Orchardfield Road right through to Blunder Road, it comes down that culvert, that open culvert area, and it's a big issue. And a lot of it gets built. A lot of weeds actually build up in these creeks and waterways, but we don't do a lot of work in regards to trying to keep that weed under control. The inflows into the lake, which again I'm sure some of this money is going to go for. One of the council officers who's been in that area, working in that area for a number of years now, he cleared all that out a few years ago, and it's really working well now. And the traps and everything are working, but we've got to keep on top of it. And investing the same amount of money every year, or there it seems, if you can believe what's written in the papers here, isn't really addressing the issue in the long term. It's just patching up what we've got today, and hopefully there won't be a huge outbreak in the near future. But depending on the climate, and I'm always telling my residents, as often as I can, is to clean out your gutters. keep the leaves out of your gutter so it doesn't go down the stormwater, which half the stormwater system in Forest Lake ends up in the lake. You know, with those villages that have the elevation to flow into the lake. And I know I fill up a half a wheelie bin just on my block, and my little corner block every couple of weeks. Half of it's from the leaves that are actually in the gutter that I retract and sweep up. So you can imagine what actually ends up in the lake if we don't do the right thing as residents, right? Because we do have some control over what happens at the front of our properties. So I think it needs to be a lot larger investment, probably double. If I take Councillor Cassidy's...
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired.
Thank you,
Further
Chair.
speakers. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item D. The Ecosystems Restoration and Aquatic Weed Management Services Significant Contracting Plan supports the ongoing maintenance of council-owned and controlled parks, waterways, Habitat Brisbane sites and conservation reserves. We value our natural environment, and this contracting plan will assist us in managing these areas that make our city so special. The item before us helps complement Council's workforce when required and can be used for a broad range of services. First, the Ecosystems Restoration Panel arrangement provides a wide range of services including weed mapping, both pre and post works, and may include the development of restoration plans, ecosystem restoration, weed control, natural or assisted regeneration works, waterway restoration, including bank stabilisation and restoration, burn preparation works, and vegetation condition assessments and vegetation classifications. One of the recent projects that this panel has undertaken was actually at Belmont Hills bushland. The project included a flora survey in the 100-hectare reserve to better understand the extent of weed infestation, facilitate on-ground weed control projects, accurately map regional ecosystems to support future control projects, accurately map regional ecosystems to support future restoration, and importantly, capture accurate mapping of a population of critically endangered plants, which include the Belmont stinkbush. It's important to note that this panel is made up of a number of different groups, the community conservation groups including Oxley Creek Association and Bulimba Creek Catchment Association, as well as some other commercial providers. The second panel, Aquatic Weed Management Services, specifically targets both floating and submerged aquatic weeds. This panel is to acquire skills of qualified, experienced operators to remove, control and dispose of floating and submerged aquatic weeds. This work will use harvesting equipment, hand removal, herbicide and biological control, using whatever method is best suited to minimise the impact of the surrounding ecosystem. As the LM shared, this contract before us today is amalgamating two existing panels, streamlining the SCP with three distinctive categories. Category 1, the Ecosystem Restoration Services, Category 2, Vegetation Condition Audits, and Category 3, Aquatic Weed Harvesting. This will enable us to aggregate, package and bundle jobs where appropriate to increase efficiencies, save overhead costs and attract competitive quotes. As the Lord Mayor mentioned, today's approval is sought to initiate the public tender process, which will close in October. I commend the report to the Chamber.
Thank you. Further speakers. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, just briefly on this item. I agree with several of the previous speakers that this is not enough money to do the necessary work to maintain our lakes, creeks and other waterway corridors. You know, the amount listed in here, 40 million over 8 years, that figure is not a real amount of money. We know that the Lord Mayor will cut the budget without any due consideration. It'd be interesting to know how much is budgeted this year for this item in the council budget. I doubt it's $5 million. I'd be very surprised. I just wanted to say briefly that the lakes at the Sherwood Arboretum are always in desperate need of maintenance. I know there is some funding to do work there this year, but in my view, if there was ongoing funding for these corridors that could be done in a routine way by council and or contract staff, we wouldn't have the problem we've got where we have massively overgrown creek banks, massively overgrown lakes, massively overgrown wetlands areas, because this council is just not investing enough into the basic maintenance of our city. And there are areas all over my ward that are in a horrific state, and this council is doing nothing about them. So yes, we need to have some contractors, but the big problem here is Councillor Hutton and her team are not investing this money into the areas where it is needed. Jobs are not getting done, and we need more ongoing recurrent funding to manage these areas in a more sustainable way, rather than, oh my God, this is terrible, we've got to go and get a special contractor on to fix the problem, and then in a year's time come back and have to do the same thing. So this is what should be happening. This is what sustainable environmental management is all about, not crisis reaction to a huge problem. And this is where the LNP leadership has let down our community, because this everyday work is what is being cut, defunded and ignored by this LNP, Lord Mayor.
Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on this item, which is the significant contracting plan for ecosystem restoration and aquatic weed management services. It's really important to note that these services are really critical for our city, whether it's creekways, lakes and other waterways. We have, as a city, found ourselves in a situation, as through you, Chair, Councillor Johnston has said it, that is more reactive than actually is forward-thinking, proactive, and delivering not only a future plan to ensure that our creekways, our lakes, our waterways are not only free of weeds as often as possible, and that we're achieving restoration, which in itself will deliver resilience to the communities that surround these areas. I think it's really interesting to see that here, it says very clearly council has a responsibility to preserve flora and fauna in the natural environment for council-owned or council-controlled water bodies. And over 8 years, as previously mentioned, $40 million, and that is what's currently in there. Again, we will reiterate, we have very little trust. I have very little trust in what is actually in the budget. That $40 million is not enough to get the work done for restoration, and also for aquatic weed management, which in itself, when we're talking about aquatic weed management, will be unpredictable, yes, but undeniably unpredictable due to climate change and the varying temperatures that we'll experience in the city. We've already seen that this year with an extraordinary warm end of winter. And we know that for some of these spaces, that warmth will increase the bloom of the weeds. It's also really interesting to note in this paper, as previously stated, that council does have some of the capacity to do this work. And in papers like this previously, I've stated, we have in the past as a Brisbane City Council had the workers, have had the experience, have had the knowledge to be able to deliver this kind of work without contracting. And now we very clearly don't. And we always come to a point where we have an option. Do we choose to continue to expand the skill set, the internal skill sets, noting that some things will have to be contracted of Brisbane City Council workers, or do we continue to increase contracting in this space, making it a situation, as I think everyone in this chamber finds, where we are reporting critical issues rather than being at all, in any sense, in any way preventative. And so, from that point of view, this is why there's challenges here to these contracts. And we've seen a couple of these, not a lot, 2 in the sitting. I believe the other one was waste management, where it's the same similar challenge. We see a council that is reducing its diversification and specialisation to be able to achieve certain things. For this particularly, we see that I believe that there is an underinvestment because of the importance of creekways, waterways and lakes in our city. 40 million across 8 years is not a lot of money. And it's just hard to imagine it'll be sufficient to actually deliver future restoration and future work that will be able to deliver management of not only the weeds, not only the restoration work that needs to be done, that will mean that we'll actually be ahead of the curve, especially across the next 8 years as our weather becomes more volatile. I think I'll leave it to there. I think it is a shame, again, that we are constantly looking at casualisation, well, contracts, increasing contracts. I do understand that some will have to be in contracts, but what we want undeniably is a beautiful Brisbane city, and our creekways, our waterways, our lakes play a role in that, and they play a role in increasing resilience for our residents and our community across the city.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Lord Mayor, right of reply. We'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 20 in favour, 5 against and 2 abstentions.
That item is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now move to item E. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. E is the Council Annual Report for the 2023-2024 financial year. Now, obviously, the annual report fulfils our legislative requirements, but also provides an important opportunity to provide a progress report to the people of Brisbane on the fantastic things that have happened over the past 12 months and the stewardship that their council has delivered to make sure that Brisbane keeps getting better every year. So the report goes into great detail, as it always does, on a number of issues, provides a great snapshot of what's been achieved over the past 12 months, and obviously talks about things like the progress that's been made on Brisbane Metro and public transport, the upgraded platforms that are now open at the Cultural Centre and the UQ Lakes Station, which people are using right now. The new Metro depot at Rochedale, which is now complete. We recently officially opened and will soon be open to the public in an open day. We've delivered new City Cats and upgraded City Cat terminals and ferry terminals, including at Dockside. We have also opened in the past 12 months the new Breakfast Creek Yuwagara Bridge in February, and it's exceeded all of our expectations with the use. With people walking, cycling, scooting, and taking advantage of that wonderful new connection that helps people get around without the need to get in their car. We made great progress with the Kangaroo Point Bridge, which will be opening very soon. And road users have seen major projects continuing to gear up, including the Moggle Road upgrade and the Beams Road upgrade as well, two critical upgrades that we've been working on. We're also continuing to make our investment in parks, playgrounds, pools and libraries. And in particular, we saw the opening of the fantastic Everton Park Library, which I know is very much appreciated by local residents and also the residents of Moreton Bay City who come past and use it as well. We're continuing to gear up our waste and recycling efforts in our efforts to get towards zero waste. And we're doing that through initiatives such as the cut price green bins, less than $1 a week, which have helped us really gear up the green waste recycling that's come in, but also other enhanced recycling services, and that will continue to gear up over the coming years. We've been deploying CCTV cameras in response to community concerns about safety, and we now have a new grants program as well that's been just released, but we have been adding to our network of cameras consistently, and over the past 12 months we've done that. We now have more than 3,000 cameras across Brisbane that we have installed over time. We're continuing to provide progress when it comes to housing supply. And while we don't control all of the levers that we do control, we've been pulling very hard on to make sure that we can open up as much supply as possible. And whether that's reducing infrastructure charges to help bring down the cost of building new homes, waiving them entirely for social and community housing, or opening up new development opportunities in areas like Stones Corner, which came through today. There's been a lot of work that has gone into making sure we can do our part in improving housing supply as well and helping to respond to homelessness. And that continues through our Pathways Out of Homelessness program, through Homeless Connect and a whole range of other initiatives that we implement to support our community. Obviously, we're conscious of the cost of living challenges that people are going through, which is why we offer seniors free travel. We offer cut price green bins, we offer $2 summer dips, and we offer a whole range of rebates each budget year for pensioners and for a range of different organisations and charities to help bring their costs down as well. And all of this has been achieved under what have been incredible inflationary pressures and challenges. Challenges which every council has faced, challenges which every level of government has faced, but challenges in which we haven't kicked the can down the road to future generations on. Challenges that we tackled by grabbing the bull by the horns, knowing that we needed to make reductions in our spending to keep the pressure off rates and rents. And I think the proof was in the pudding when the budget came out in June, and then we saw all of the other councils release their budgets, and all of them had higher rates and higher rate increases than Brisbane, all of the councils in South East Queensland. And so we should all be proud collectively of the fact that we've done the work necessary to keep rates down. We already had the lowest residential rates in South East Queensland, and all the other councils increased their rates more than us. And so the gap between us and them, with us being at the low end and them being higher, gets higher and bigger each year. And that's because we've done the work to make sure that we rein in the costs, because that is what is important to the people of Brisbane, particularly at this time. There's also been some great other achievements. Each year, Council as an organisation and various projects win multiple awards, and whether it's the call centre or the Brisbane Metro winning multiple awards. We also were acknowledged by the UN with UN Habitat Sustainable Development Goals Cities program, the SDG Cities, giving us a gold level certification, the second city in the world to receive that. We also had that followed up with the Global Award for Sustainable Development in Cities, which was jointly sponsored by UN Habitat and the Shanghai Municipality. And that was an award that only went to 5 cities around the world, and Brisbane was one of those cities. Obviously, there's a whole range of information in here, and in the time I've got, I can't touch on every single thing. I did, though, want to point to page 24, which talks about the increase in our community equity, and it highlights the point that I made earlier, which is every 5 years we do an asset revaluation. And you can see on the chart at the bottom, when I became Lord Mayor 5 years ago, there was an asset revaluation, and you can see the jump up that happened at that time. And there's another jump up that's just happened recently as well. And so this is what our policy requires. This is done independently. It happened 5 years ago. It's happened again now in accordance with our policy and accounting standards. But what it does show is also shows that we're continuing to invest in infrastructure and building assets as well. And so whether it's maintaining assets or building assets, that investment continues. And so our community equity, which is what council owns versus less what it owes, has continued to grow. And that's been independently audited and verified by the Queensland Audit Office as well. I did also want to point out some figures when it comes to council's workforce as well, because there's all kinds of claims made where the opposition will talk about what they call the casualisation of the workforce. And so let's compare last year to this year. Last year, 80% of our workforce was full-time. This year it's changed dramatically by 1%. 79% full-time. On top of that, 8% last year was part-time, 8% this year is part-time. Casual, last year 10%, this year 10%. And in fact, the only change, that 1% that went from full-time went to flexible part-time, and what that is the increase in bus drivers that we have employed. So over the past 12 months, we have continued to grow our number of bus drivers, and guess what? They appreciate the opportunity to work in a flexible, casual environment. That's what they choose, because we know that people are wanting to do that job because it fits in with the lifestyle that they want. And we've had all types of people wanting to drive our buses, including retired airline pilots, including people who may well be Uber drivers at other times. And so they appreciate the opportunity. So any suggestion that there's been this massive shift to casualisation, I call it out. It's not true. The figures show there's been the minorest of minor changes, and that change is driven by the increase in bus drivers that we have and the fact that those bus drivers are opting to go with a flexible work arrangement. So that's interesting. I also did want to point out, and something that we should all be proud of collectively, 63% of Brisbane City Councillors are women, and certainly our side of the chamber does a good job in making sure that number is a possibility. 56% of Civic Cabinet chairs are women, and in a little while's time we're just about to, with your support, appoint a female CEO, which I think will be a wonderful thing and well deserved as well. There's so much more I could talk about.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
But my time is up.
Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on Clause E, Brisbane City Council's annual report. And I'm sure the Lord Mayor was just about to get to the point of there being 40% women in senior positions within the organisation after he went through those figures, but he ran out of time. He could have had an extension, I think, but he chose not to there. So what we have before us today, of course, is giggling away over there. Another glossy document. This LNP regime is good at producing glossy documents that they bring to the council chamber. This one I do find better and more informative than a lot of the others, because unlike other documents that the Lord Mayor and his regime create to outline their so-called vision, this one is directly from council. It reports on what council was able to achieve with the resources and the leadership that the Lord Mayor provided to them as an organisation, warts and all. So it is an interesting read, and I'll go through some of the things there. Certainly is refreshing to see some real reporting on the shortcomings of the LNP rather than a fabrication, as we often see. The first look, of course, at those audited financial statements, of which we debated separately earlier but are included in this document as well, is an important point to make. I think the Lord Mayor tried to claim that the Queensland Audit Office is embedded through the monthly audit committee meetings, and therefore they endorse and sign off on all of the political decisions that this LNP regime make, and that is not true. That's not true. When the Queensland Audit Office look at council's books and raise concerns about council's financial position in those audit committee meetings, they are probably fairly reassured by the LNP when they say, don't worry, they will cut $400 million from the budget and increase rates and increase fees and charges to make the books balance. They're decisions that at a political level this Lord Mayor is doing to say that, of course, the LNP can fund the increase in debt that they're inflicting on the people of Brisbane. Of course, the LNP can meet all of their financial requirements because they have a propensity to increase rates, to increase fees and charges by 10% this year across the board, and to cut $400 million from council's wage budget, from council's projects, from council's services as well. So of course the Queensland Audit Office was happy with this LNP regime's propensity to cut expenditure and increase rates. Of course they would be, because the books then balance, of course, don't they? So after looking at them, of course, I rushed to section 4 to look at the progress and performance reports. Of course, unfortunately, the Lord Mayor didn't get to this one as well. I was looking forward to that. The Lord Mayor's report card, basically, for those following along, how the Lord Mayor and his political regime here in council performed throughout the year. And this is where we see what they're called in the annual report, business units, how they're tracking, how they're ranked by status to inform us of their performance, whether they're, on track or whether they need to be monitored closely, which is an interesting term. Someone needs to monitor them closely, definitely, because, Chair, 4 out of the 5 areas are now dangerously off track. Dangerously off track. According to this document here, the report card on this Lord Mayor, 4 out of 5 areas within council are dangerously off track. They need to be monitored closely. That means, according to the document, some progress is being made, but it does not match what was planned and budgeted or is difficult to measure. Isn't that interesting? 4 out of 5 areas within council are difficult to measure or are not progressing as they were planned or budgeted. That means council is not on track when it comes to being an inclusive city, a prosperous city, a livable city, or a well-managed city, which we've known, obviously that last one definitely for some time under this regime. So things are pretty bleak for Brisbane under the LNP, and I'm glad it is captured here in black and white, or colour as well, some colour printing, for all of Brisbane to see. They are all talk and no action. I heard the Lord Mayor go off script a bit before and say that, in his view, everything's getting better in Brisbane. We're now the most congested capital city in Australia. According to him, that's better for the people of Brisbane. We're now a dangerously unaffordable city when it comes to rentals and it comes to purchasing a home. But according to the LNP, that's better for the people of Brisbane. When we see rates and fees and charges jacked up and massive cuts to council projects and services, according to the Lord Mayor, that is better for Brisbane and better for the people of Brisbane. I found interesting today, one of the things that was, of course, not immune from LNP cuts last year was their advertising spend, reported in the Quans today. The pre-election advertising spend. Now, this just is just for one area, of course, for the Bris Better. Bris Better. Apparently, Brisbane's better under the LNP. Apparently. Before the election, they spent $1.3 million on advertising on that specific campaign. After the election, just $400,000. One might think that the LNP regime here was using public money to promote themselves in the lead up to the last election and trying to convince people that they were all better off, and then deliver a budget which locks in years and years of cuts to projects and services, locks in higher fees and charges and locks in higher rates. And heard the Lord Mayor just utter that he kept rates down. He actually said he kept rates down, but in fact, they went up. Now, I know the Lord Mayor said before that he doesn't read the financial papers anymore. He doesn't have an eye on all that sort of stuff in council. It doesn't bother about that. That's probably part of the job that he ditched when he became a part-time Lord Mayor, in looking at the financials of council. But if he genuinely believes that rates are down at the moment compared to last year or any year that he has been Lord Mayor or in this regime, he's absolutely living in a fantasy land, because rates went up, fees and charges went up, and we still see these baked-in cuts to council's budget. We've seen a lot of talk and heard a lot of talk from the Lord Mayor just today and lately about Transport for Brisbane as a program area in council and his Metro bus project. And I'm sure LNP councillors were as interested to read as I was on the public transport performance of their Lord Mayor, particularly the section where it says there were, and I quote from the document, "No changes to the annual operational plan because council did not provide any additional directions, and there were no borrowings, major investments or community service obligations to report on in the last year." So apart from in the Transport for Brisbane area, apart from the couple of things that the Lord Mayor mentioned, his Metro bus project and the green bridges, the annual report confirms nothing else was done. The LNP gave council as an organisation and the 8,000 employees and the CEO of council no further direction about investing in more projects to get Brisbane moving. We hear the rhetoric, talk is cheap. Turns out it's actually not, it cost $1.7 billion. But there's very little action from the LNP, and that's confirmed in this annual report before us today. Now, we see things are so bad and so few projects have been completed that bikeway projects in the annual report have made it into the inclusive city section of the annual report, all 5 in total, five bikeway projects, obviously slightly less than the 18 bus stops that were upgraded. Still leaving close to 1,000 non-compliant bus stops and inaccessible bus stops out in the suburbs of Brisbane. Now, apparently, according to the LNP, if you listen to what they say, Brisbane is entirely 100% accessible, but the annual report doesn't lie, of course. And I suppose this regime has been so focused on the budget, the black hole, of course, that is the Brisbane Metro project, that all other transport projects have been ignored. We knew that, but it is good to have that confirmed in the annual report, of course. We know in the public transport space, of course, things are getting better.
Your time has expired.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
I move for an extension.
Second.
Has been moved for an extension by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Strunk. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. We know things are, of course, getting better when it comes to public transport with the Labor government's 50-cent fares, funded by increased coal royalties. If only the LNP would support it in the long term, that would be great. We see in the annual report that work in the Deputy Mayor's portfolio area has been very light on as well. Just 100 applications for footpath dining permits last year, and those people who have applied for them are going to get a very rude shock when they see how much that she has jacked those fees and charges up this year. Massive, massive. Yeah, and they have to renew them, and then they've put an additional renewal fee on top of that as well, in some cases thousands of % increases. Just absolutely not very business friendly. There's plenty of other examples of where this LNP regime is not very small business friendly in the suburbs of Brisbane. The livable city section has incredibly just one reference to housing. So this is the area of the annual report, of course, which reports on the work of the LNP in this section when it comes to housing. Now, Lord Mayor said housing a few more times in his speech, but That's certainly not reflected in the report card of the LNP. Just one reference to housing, Chair, in the middle of a housing and homelessness crisis. One passing reference to the Housing Supply Action Plan, which I spoke about earlier. Now, this document is now over 1 year old, and according to Councillor Allen, I wrote it down on the front page here, this is his quote, everything when it comes to Brisbane's Housing Supply Action Plan, which is supposedly a document to respond to the crisis in real time, according to Councillor Allen, everything is up and running and in place. So apparently, according to the LNP, no more work to be done, which is, again, to the point I made earlier, it's very difficult to follow along with the LNP's rhetoric when they get up in question time and grandstand and say lots of things, and then you see the report card on the work of the LNP, just one single reference to it, and we hear from Councillor Allen, the Housing Supply Action Plan doesn't propose any new actions in the last year, just confirms everything that's already existing, up and running and in place. Last time I checked, rents were getting higher, supply was not keeping up, and house prices were getting more and more out of reach of ordinary people. But the LNP thinks everything is fine and dandy. Maybe they want to go take a walk around the city tonight, go and knock on a few doors over the weekend, and they'll quickly find out that things are not so great when they go and talk to ordinary people. There's also council disclosures in the document. Interesting to see how other councillors spend their money when it comes to discretionary money in there. The annual report provides details on how much was spent on overseas travel last year, which for council officers, which prompted me to go check the website for travel, which needs to be updated in real time for councillors. Yeah. I know Councillor Adams has really struggled over the last few weeks to articulate and outline what we as ratepayers paid for on her trip over to Paris recently, spoken very vaguely in the chamber about some things that occurred over there for the Paris Olympics, but still very unclear what the $16,000 was spent on other than a train ticket, and so we now know accommodation in a 5-star hotel with beautiful views of the Eiffel Tower. That's one of the selling points on that hotel's website.
Sounds pretty expensive.
A Art Deco, recently restored 1930s vibe, beautiful view of the Eiffel Tower. I imagine many thousands of dollars a night for that. But those details, of course, are still missing, still absent from Council's website, which hasn't been updated since March this year. So we are concerned about transparency. What is Councillor Adams hiding? This annual report is thin too. Councillor Strunk alluded to that. The financial papers are thinner this year. The annual report is thinner this year as well, to the tune of about 30 odd pages has been gutted from the annual report. Now, I'm not saying that this isn't a true and accurate record of Council's performance over the last year. I think it genuinely is, but what that points to is this LNP regime doing a whole lot less. There's more money than ever coming into Council, but less projects than ever being undertaken, and disturbingly going back to the original point about Council's report card on being an inclusive city, a prosperous city, a livable city or a well-managed city, all of those critical indicators of a healthy council and a healthy city are dangerously off track when it comes to this LNP regime's management of Brisbane. What a great shame.
Further speakers? Councillor Kim. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak briefly on item E. In particular, I wanted to focus on the transparency or the lack of transparency, particularly in regards to the ward office funds section of the annual report. I've actually been waiting quite a while to find the right situation to address this because it's something that I experienced as a new councillor just a couple of months ago, which I actually thought was pretty terrible that it's not on the record, so that's why I've been talking about this today. I did do my homework as well. I know the Lord Mayor made a few claims about the opposition position with saying that we didn't have substance, but for this one, I have done my homework, and this is a document that I'd like to table with highlights of every single section, because I did request for the register of items, the list of all the attractive items in the previous Calamvale Ward office for the former councillor. And what I noticed there was that there were quite a few items missing from the Calamvale Ward office, but a lot of these items were actually utilised by community groups in the Calamvale Ward. But the problem is that the justification from the current City Council is that that's okay. And I just want to line it one by one just to discuss why I don't think that's the case. And the reason why I think it's very important and relevant to discuss today, especially if there's going to be a section that says annual budget on a council ward office, there's 80 grand from the former councillor, but it doesn't actually talk about the fact that those items obtained with that amount of money wasn't actually included as a new councillor for the next period. So to start, the Lord Mayor's Community Fund was used to purchase a portable stage and was absent upon my arrival to the office. I didn't even know about this, and Calamvale Ward residents actually use it as well. That one is definitely a Calamvale Ward budget item, which is why it's a shame to see that it was missing. I found out later it was transferred to the Hamilton Ward office, but also a $349 generator was moved to the Hamilton Ward office, which means that Calamvale Ward residents are losing their items, which are getting transferred to other wards. Next was also missing table tennis bats and also balls. And if you actually look up on the website right now, it actually says that residents can come into the Calamvale Ward office and borrow these items, but they're missing. And I think that's such a bad problem. Next is a wooden lectern transferred to the Brackenridge Ward. Next is also easels transferred to the Lord Mayor's office. The other week, the Lord Mayor lectured me about making sure that I bring up local issues in this chamber, which is why I'm bringing this up today. I think it's something, I think Calamvale Ward residents deserve an explanation from everybody as to why they can't use these items that they relied on for so many years for their community groups. I think it's not okay. And I think it's not okay that the LNP Council has decided that it's okay to do this without having any mention or transparency in the annual budget report about where these items went. And I think the justification provided isn't satisfactory. I think it's dishonest. And I was elected on a platform of honesty, which is why I'm going to make sure that I make this commitment and make sure that every single Calamvale Ward resident has this explanation, because they deserve it. Further to this, the problem was at the time I was elected and I started working out slowly one by one that these items were missing, is that I actually had no ward office funds to purchase new ones. So that means for a couple of months people were missing out on items that they used to rely on. It's actually pretty bad, and I think that the more you read this report, the more there's actually missing gaps about transparency for Brisbane ratepayers. And what's the point in doing an annual budget that should be talking about all of these items when there's actually such a dark truth behind where our expenses are going? And the fact that there actually is no avenue as a new councillor to express these concerns and find out how to get them back, let alone even be notified in the first place that it actually belonged to the Calamvale Ward office, is a huge problem. And I hope that this is something that will be addressed in future, given that there were 1 out of 3 council offices that were changed. And also they do need to be returned. So I'd like to see some progress there, given that this is ratepayers' money of Calamvale. So I'd love to see more progress there. But also reading the report and continuing on, I did notice after scrutinising every word in there, one thing that lots of residents always brought up to me was potholes. But when I had a look in the report, it was only mentioned 5 times. Suburbs, 6 times. But let's compare it to the metro. It was mentioned 27 times. I think we can really weigh up the priority of the LNP Council administration relative to what residents had been telling me day by day when I was door knocking every single door for about 8 months.
Why you got elected?
Thank you. And in the annual budget, as you can see, one of the things that we did try to do to contrast the current LNP Council with the Lord Mayor's Community Fund is actually fund 6 community ward banners, because these used to previously be used by the former councillor to promote herself, and also was used with suburban enhancement funding to the point where it wasn't even done competently at one stage. The banner was actually obstructing the view of drivers coming out of an estate, so that it had to actually be moved to a different location.
Councillor Keane, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Further speakers.
Well done.
Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on the annual budget, and I know that Councillor Cunningham's about to stand up and say the fraud perpetrated on the people of Callan Vale needs to be corrected immediately. We know that Councillor Cunningham is very concerned about how ward budgets are spent. For weeks, she has stood up and said that Councillor Massey has to be accountable, and here her LNP colleagues are the beneficiary of the previous councillor giving away ward resources. Now, this is despicable behaviour. Councillor Kim has done the right thing putting it on the record. Those councillors who have received items funded by another ward need to give them back. They need to drive over to Callan Vale tomorrow and return those items to Councillor Kim.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I recognise what Councillor Kim said, the relevance to the annual report. This is something that you write to the CEO about.
Thank you. Thank you. Please speak to the report, councillors.
Yes. Ward budgets definitely are in here, and I just want to say to Councillor Kim, there is precedent for this. When Tennyson Ward was created in 2008, Councillor Abrahams took a lot of stuff out of the ward and she took it down to the Gabba. And when I got there, things were missing, and Councillor Abrahams was required to return it, and over the course of a couple of weeks, some tables turned up, a printer turned up, and that stuff was returned. So all of those councillors on the LNP side who have inappropriately received received items that you can only say have been stolen from Callan Vale Ward now know that that has happened, and they need to return those items immediately. And I know Councillor Cunningham will make this her top priority because she oversights the ward budgets, and Councillor Cunningham has stood up and said how important it is that budgets are accountably managed. So, well done, Councillor Kim. Now, I really wanted to talk about something else altogether, but that's the best speech I've heard in here for a long time. What I will say very briefly is I just want to talk about the Lord Mayor's and the LNP's horrific performance for 23-24. The headline items are well known. Major cost blowouts, major budget cuts, 30-odd projects rolled over and not delivered in infrastructure, totalling tens of millions of dollars. We know that they were too busy with their junkets and everything else to deliver what they promised in the budget. But I just want to put some of their own facts on the record. So in the annual report, there is a section called Progress and Performance, and it outlines across the 5 vision items for the city how council's going against their own established KPIs and objectives. Now, there are 29 of them. Does anybody want to guess how many of council's 29 objectives for the year have actually been delivered? 3. No, thank you. Zero. Councillor Strunk said 3. He was being generous. Councillor Massey said 0, and it is 0. Not a single one of council's 29 KPIs or objectives for the year was actually delivered. At the other end, monitor closely, which is described as progress being made, but due to external drivers, it's not my fault, of course, their usual excuse, does not match what was planned and budgeted, or progress is difficult to measure. Anybody want to guess how many of the 29 were monitor closely? 14. 48%, or almost half, of council's own, and these are the standards they set for themselves, they could not meet half of them. Not we're almost there or we're trying, which are the other options, on track or action required. They're in the too hard basket. 50% of all council's values, their vision, their objectives, their KPIs, they can't meet them. It gets better though. You get to the second one, which is on track, which is continuing as planned and budgeted. So there are 13 that fall into that category, including, I'm going to read a couple because I've got like 20 seconds. Here we go. I'll just do one. let's go with increased resilience and reduced risk to residents and property from natural hazards. This council has abandoned people when it comes to flood recovery in this city. They're failing to support them, and yet here they are claiming it's on track. This is the best bit of spin I have seen in a long time.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Are there further speakers? Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. And it's really telling that no one from the other side is going to rise and speak about this report card. And you would think there would be lots of stuff in that report card that they could start, they would crow about, especially in their local areas, right? And they did that last year. You all got, pretty much, not everyone, but majority got up last year and spoke to this report. Because you were happy, of course it was before the election, right? And you were happy to get up and crow about what was happening in your wards, right? I remember that very distinctly. But you're not getting up this year, so what does that tell you? Well, there's not an election on the course this year, and of course it also tells you that maybe you're not too happy with the report. I don't know, but maybe a few will you will get up now. Before the end of this particular debate, and talk about some of those items in the report. Now, I had a look through, and just following up on those terms, of course, monitory closely and/or on track. Well, I've converted monitory closely to off the rails. Because basically it is a lot of these items, these KPIs are off the rails, and if you read through the reasons why, right? Again, you don't take any responsibility for what's actually happening. It's external pressures that are actually happening that's causing you to go off the rails on a number of these KPIs, or almost half, if not a little bit more than half. So. If we look at indicator 1, right, the livable city indicator is off the rails, and we keep crowing about this livable city. And well, you know, if you look at the last Forbes report, that was 2023. There was 4 cities in Australia that we were behind, right? I think it was like Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide, and Perth. We were the 5th, right? And Forbes also said that we were 16th in the world. Now I can sort of remember that we used to be a little bit higher than that, going back a few years. I think we got up to 8th or something like that. Those Scandinavian countries, they do so well, and of course some of those European countries as well for livability. Although sometimes I would disagree with some of those areas that they say are better than us. I think our climate and our way of life is fantastic. That's why I've stayed here more than 50 years. I was never going to move back to the other place because it's a wonderful country, and that's why I've stayed in Brisbane as well. I could have lived in a city in Australia, right? I was single. I didn't have any attachments. I could have lived anywhere, but I chose Brisbane because it's fantastic. But anyways, Forbes didn't come to that conclusion, which is a bit of a shame, but there you go. Maybe they're a bit more objective than I am. Maybe that's the case. Another indicator, indicator 3, the third indicator talks about improving council's facilities and park usage and satisfaction I mean, we're talking about resident satisfaction here, right? It was the same the previous year, which was again off the rails, right? And I would agree with that in a lot of instances, of course, because I don't think we're keeping pace with the amount of parks that we're not opening up, with the huge developments that are happening right across the city. And also there's other services as well that go along with that as well. Recreational space, sport and rec area, it really is not keeping pace. It is not keeping pace with the demand for new soccer fields and other football codes as well. I know in my area I have sport and rec area at Ellen Grove and Waterford Road. Well, it's actually Forest Lake. The other side of the road is Ellen Grove. And we've been waiting for the consulted master plan to be delivered to me, or being briefed about it. And we had a consultation that actually happened, which was quite good. It was over a period of 3 days. And then they formed a bit of a plan from that consultation, and they were to have then another consultation in
Councillor
October.
Strunk, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise also to speak on this item and say how disappointing this annual report is. I know the Lord Mayor got up and said fantastic things are happening have been happening over the last 12 months. We've made lots of achievements and we've made lots of progress. Well, Lord Mayor, you failed. You have failed in your delivery for this city, and your team has failed in its delivery for this city. And the shocking thing that we heard from Councillor Cassidy is 4 out of our 5 areas that we pride ourselves on, we didn't even get to base. We didn't deliver. And then more shockingly, from Councillor Johnston, 29 of our KPIs we did not deliver on. 29 of 29 KPIs we did not deliver on. But what I'd like to focus the attention on the short few minutes that I'm given here is page 33 of the report. And what we have there is a load of crap. It's literally a load of crap. And I'm just astounded hearing the constant crap that is spoken in this chamber. And here it is. Council is committed to delivering safe and accessible footpaths for residents and visitors of all abilities to explore Brisbane, hand on heart, explore Brisbane at their own speed, whether they are walking or wheeling. What a load of crap. We built 5 footpaths. We're sending people to Paris to talk about the Paralympics, and we are doing nothing for our community facilities. The majority of our 600 community facilities do not come up to scratch with current standards of accessibility. The majority. And this mayor and this council and these LNP councillors are saying, what a wonderful job we've done. You haven't. You're failing the city. You aren't delivering for the residents of Brisbane, and it is shameful the way you hide it, you paint over it, you pretend you're doing something, but you're not. And if you were out there with people in wheelchairs or people with accessibility devices, if you're out there assisting those people, you would know that our city falls well short of where a modern, first world, Western city should be in relation to people with disabilities. On top of that, we know we have 1,000 bus stops that are not accessible. I think the answer last week was, oh well, tough. You know, we are not looking after people who have needs in terms of accessibility. We are failing those people, and no amount of fine wording in this report will cover that up or hide what we aren't doing for those residents. This is a shameful report. This is really depressing for a first world Western city. This is a really depressing report about how we aren't delivering for the most vulnerable people in our city, people who need to get around our city, people who need to use the city for work and leisure and living. So no, I'm ashamed of this report. To our employees, I'm ashamed of this report. This is not where we should be. We should be doing so much better. And I think our employees, our executives know that, but the leadership provided by this LNP council, by these people sitting on that side of the chamber, is shocking. And it just means we get dribble like this given to the residents of Brisbane. Shame on you, Lord Mayor. Shame on you, LNP.
Any further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I paused just in case Councillor Cunningham, through you, Chair, was going to stand, but I didn't see that. And I didn't see anyone from the LNP stand either. So, look, on my brief notes, I'm just going to focus on a couple of things. You know, there's nothing, I just want to make sure we get on the record what this annual report shows. Less projects are being delivered, there's less progress and performance by this council. And we know, as we've heard over again, the cuts that had to be made last November. But what we see in this annual report is what I talked about last November. And that is that we're going to constantly see projects after the other be rolled over and cut. And we see that very clearly here. And there's a couple of areas that I want to focus on in the brief time that I do have to say a couple of things. Firstly, our livable city maintained infrastructure delivery in line with city growth. Here it says monitor closely, making sure everyone notes that monitor closely means progress is being made, but due to external drivers does not match what was planned and budgeted, or progress is difficult to measure. Ensuring that the infrastructure delivery is in line for our city growth is one of the most important things Brisbane City Council could do. And obviously in this case, the LNP Council has failed. We know residents across the Gabba ward have seen this time and time again. The lack of infrastructure delivered, the number of infrastructure projects that have been cancelled that we saw in the 2023-24 budget. The bridges, of course, the green bridges, which recently the West End to Toowong Green Bridge, through you, Chair, the Lord Mayor has come through and said we're going to need funding from the other areas. The shade, all the way to like basic things that our city needs for infrastructure, like shade sails and Victoria Bridge. And look, I'm obviously going to mention the Victoria Street Ferry, or the second ferry for West End, which has been sitting dormant in the city plan, delivered there by an LNP council, but undelivered now, 2011 to now? How many years is that? Too many is the answer. The other thing I really want to highlight also, apart from the fact that the infrastructure delivery is not in line with our city growth, is of course improved council facilities, park use and user satisfaction. Again, monitor closely. We are not delivering the parks in the city. We know this here in the Gabba ward, where parks are so insufficient. We don't even have a replacement dog park for the dog park that was closed. We have one dog park. The replacement dog park that was announced by the Lord Mayor in February last year couldn't be delivered.
A bit of fence.
Couldn't be delivered. And so it's important to note that we're not even delivering council facilities, park use and user satisfaction. I think another one that's really important is, and very telling and is important, and again, I'm quoting directly, page 31, I'm quoting directly. The majority, I'm using the, but it says, majority of residents find Brisbane a great place to live. Status? Yep. Monitor closely. Monitor closely. What does that mean? It means that the majority of Brisbane residents are not finding this place a great place to live. And it says literally that council's progress, that some progress has been made, but external drivers does not match what was planned and budgeted, or progress is difficult to measure. And I think we can understand why there are Brisbane residents that do not find Brisbane a great place to live. Last year in June, I asked the Lord Mayor to ensure that people would not be living in parks across the city. And in respect, through you, Chair, the Lord Mayor has stood to this. But the Lord Mayor also said at that moment, that tents in parks across the city is a failure of government. And if we need to see anywhere more the failure of this government and the state government and the federal government, it's tents littering
Councillor Massey,
our
your
city.
time has expired. Further speakers? No further speakers? Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make 3 quick points. Firstly, this has a lot of information, including a progress report, and I've really thoroughly enjoyed to see Labor and the opposition trying to spin this monitor closely thing. It's like, what would they do if they were in administration? They wouldn't monitor anything closely. Monitoring something closely is not a bad thing if you want to make sure you want to shape the outcome and you want to make sure it gets on track and stays on track and delivers the right outcomes. And so the way that they've tried to spin this is quite ludicrous. We monitor all of our key priorities closely, and that's what the people expect us to do. The people who put us there will continue to monitor these things closely, but it's clear that Labor and the opposition just want to play political games. Let's talk about ward office items. These items are owned by all of the residents of Brisbane. They're not owned by a particular councillor. They're not owned by an office. They're owned by the council and the residents of Brisbane. But if Councillor Kim wants to ask some questions, maybe she should start by asking what was left in the Wynnum Manly ward office by Labor. That would be a really good place to start asking questions. Thirdly, I want to say it's really disappointing to see how much Labor and the Greens want to talk down Brisbane. Because it's one thing for them to have a crack at us, and we expect that, and it's water off a duck's back, but they were really down on this city. They were really down on, and Councillor Cassidy took a personal objection to me saying that Brisbane gets better every year. Brisbane keeps getting better. Well, it does. It actually does. And people are voting with their feet to come here from all over. And people appreciate the progress that's been made. Do they think we've arrived? Do they think everything is perfect? No, but they see that progress is being made and we are getting better and better each year in so many different ways. And most people appreciate that progress. But Labor and the Greens just want to talk this city down. They want to not just talk the administration down, they're talking Brisbane down. They have such a negative view of this city, and it's basically because they're not in charge, and so they have this tarnished view of everything that's happening in the city, when most people actually see all of the positive things that are happening and continuing to evolve in this city, and they have a positive view of it. Now, notwithstanding, we have a state and federal government that are letting down our residents really badly on so many counts, and those things affect their daily life in a way that affects cost of living and the bills that they pay and the lack of infrastructure investment in Brisbane. These are things that have an influence, but having said that, most people have an overwhelmingly positive view of this city and its future. I do, I know my team does, and it's a shame that not everyone shares that view, but I think it says a lot about them.
We'll now put item E to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee of 9th of September 2024, please.
Thank you. I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 9th of September 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, 9th September 2024 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, can you please advise when the 3 hours for council business expires?
We have about 15 minutes, Councillor Johnston.
Oh, all right, so we're just going to get the Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an exciting submission that's come through because after a very, very involved national and in fact international search, we have now a recommendation for the new CEO or Chief Executive Officer of the Brisbane City Council. Now, following the departure of Colin Jensen after 13 years in the role, this is obviously an important decision and one we haven't made for 13 years. And so it's important that we have a very fair, competitive process that attracts the very best candidates for this role. And that is exactly what we have had. I particularly want to thank Davidson, the recruitment agency, for the work that they have done in making sure that we got the very best people to consider. We had more than 160 applications and they were shortlisted down to around 15 for consideration. Those 15 were then shortlisted down to 3 that were interviewed by Civic Cabinet. And I have to say, all of the people that were interviewed could have easily done this job. They were all incredible, high calibre candidates. They all brought different strengths, but I have no doubt that any of those people could have easily done this job and done a great job. And so it was an incredibly difficult decision to make because we had 3 incredibly good people out of a list of 15 incredibly good shortlisted people. But our preferred candidate that's coming through, Dr. Kerry Freeman, had an edge. And that edge was very clearly because it wasn't that. It wasn't that. Although that was one of the endearing things in the interview. The experience that she has had, Dr. Freeman, in leading a large and complex organisation or large and complex organisations, and the experience that Dr. Freeman has had in transforming those organisations to give better outcomes for the community. They're critical things. And the experience that Dr. Freeman has had in also delivering infrastructure and building projects as well. Now, Dr. Freeman is currently the CEO of the Southern Adelaide Local Health Network, with a workforce of over 9,500 people, a similar size to the Brisbane City Council. And previously, she's held roles as the Chief Executive of Westmoreton Health and the Executive Director of Hospital Services at Children's Health Queensland. If that's not enough in leading those big organisations, those complex organisations, those organisations that have so many different job types, so many different issues to deal with, so much complexity, and also, if you get them wrong, the implications are diabolical. If you mess up the health system, if you mess up hospitals, there are serious implications. And so, if her record in that respect is not enough, she also happens to have a PhD as well. So we're talking about a high achiever here, a Bachelor of Business, and is a graduate of the Australian Institute of Company Directors as well. And so I think Dr. Kerry Freeman will be a fantastic CEO for Brisbane City Council. I think that she will also be warmly welcomed and develop a great rapport with the staff of Brisbane City Council, the employees, the officers, the people who work for this city dedicated to a better Brisbane. And I think that we will see definitely a spring in the step of people throughout this organisation knowing that they have someone who will make sure that this organisation works well, but also that we can perform even better for the people of Brisbane as an organisation, because we know that Dr. Freeman is determined to make sure that any organisation she leads is one that gets better and better each year, just like we're determined to see Brisbane get better and better each year. And so this report and recommendation is, as I said, the process, the end result of a highly competitive process, a national and international search, of a lot of candidates nominating, of a rigorous shortlisting process, and then an interview process of 3 incredibly high calibre candidates. But I would commend Dr. Kerry Freeman as our preferred option and the best person to help lead this city forward, working with Council and the administration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on this clause, the appointment of a new CEO for Council. And at the outset, before I speak about Dr. Kerry Freeman, a person of which I learnt existed 24 hours ago, on receiving the papers, especially ENC. The process of which the Lord Mayor's just outlined was not open and transparent to councillors in recruiting a CEO. Now, I understand that it's a prerogative of the Lord Mayor and ENC to do this, but to get up and actually say it was an open and fair and transparent process, it wasn't. It was a process that was done in secret by 3 LNP councillors initially. We read in the papers that it was the Lord Mayor, the Chair of the Finance Committee and the Chair of the City Planning Committee that did the interviews. I presume the interviews on the 3 candidates the Lord Mayor talked about, I think, or maybe, and then I think Dr Kerry Freeman may have been then interviewed by the whole Civic Cabinet, I think, according to the papers we received 24 hours ago. And we don't have any of those details other than what has been provided to us, a resume and an ENC report of which the administration has given us. So we have been given as councillors, before this council meeting started, 20 hours to consider the appointment of a council CEO. Appointing a CEO, the single most important position in council other than what is resulted from an election, in electing all of us, is done in such an opaque way. No wonder people refer to this as a regime. And that's that kind of behaviour, unfortunately. But it is what it is. It's the deal is done. The Lord Mayor has picked a candidate. So I have serious reservations about the process of which the LNP went through to land on this person, again, who my only knowledge of is what has been presented to us in the council papers. So I do congratulate Dr Kerry Freeman on achieving this role within council. I certainly wish her the best of luck in doing this, because she's taking on a mammoth role, not only in council being obviously the largest local government in Australia, representing 1.3 million people across our city and employing 8,500 odd staff. From what we have learnt over the last 20 hours or so, Dr Kerry Freeman joins our organisation with a great depth of experience in health and hospital services around Australia, and leading those organisations to deliver services and infrastructure projects in a health sense. I'm sure that knowledge will be transferable to project delivery here in Brisbane with whatever resources she is allocated by the LNP. Dr Freeman is certainly entering the position in a challenging time for our city. According to the Lord Mayor today, everything is hunky-dory, it's all great. Brisbane, according to him, as he's continued to say, gets better and better every day. But we do know that from those statements, comparing what the LNP says to what they are doing, this regime is well and truly running their own race at the moment, cutting services, outsourcing work to contractors, diminishing the budget and prioritising just a handful of small inner-city projects, small in scale but very large in budget terms. We have read in the papers that Dr Kerry Freeman is passionate about making sure government services provide for people who need them most. We certainly have that in common. This council has plenty of work to do to make sure the renters and ratepayers of Brisbane are getting what they pay for. We will certainly be very happy to work with her to highlight some of those wicked challenges she's walking into, because I don't reckon she would have got a full and clear picture of the challenges she's walking into, having been interviewed by just 3 LNP councillors in taking up this work, and despite often being silenced in here by this LNP regime, we certainly do have ideas and are passionate about representing our communities, so we'll certainly be passing those ideas on to the incoming CEO. We're optimistic that this new appointment will lead constructive conversations regarding what we believe on this side of the chamber to be the best way forward. However, in asking us all, and we are all responsible, clearly all of us, all 27 of us here, are responsible for appointing a person to lead council in the role of CEO. For us, this side of the chamber, to have been given 20 hours notice of the entire process, including apparently a months-long search, weeks-long shortlisting and interviewing process to now for the Lord Mayor to lob in here today and say, with 20 hours notice, you have to make a decision on accepting that what is clearly a very accomplished person in her field, Dr Kerry Freeman, is the best person to lead council, is difficult to do. It is incredibly difficult to do for us. So, you know, what are we to do? Again, just accept everything the LNP says, that this process was open and transparent. It is a very difficult decision for us to make, and the Lord Mayor, I know, in leading a regime, says you must accept over here what he says. But we find that very difficult to do, Chair. So this is a difficult decision for councillors who are continually denied proper information to carry out our work as councillors in here making these extremely important decisions in someone that will be paid, I think, maybe twice as much as the Prime Minister of Australia, certainly a lot more in leading the largest local government here in Australia. It's an incredibly important position, and we take that very seriously, but we have not been afforded the respect that we all should have, not just here, but every single one of those councillors that wasn't on the interview panel in the LNP. They deserve that respect as well, and I certainly hope the Lord Mayor hasn't briefed just LNP councillors well before we get these papers 20 hours ago. That wouldn't be very transparent. So it is a very difficult decision for every councillor here to make, given the scant information we've been provided.
Further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to support the appointment of the new Chief Executive Officer. I can say, as the Lord Mayor said, there was a rigorous selection process, and we're very proud that Dr Kerry Freeman is the preferred candidate and recommended to Council for her appointment. I think the point to make is that the South Australian Health Minister also said her appointment is a testament to her leadership and intellect. In particular, his comments, the Health Minister, was they have seen Kerry in what we have, someone who lives and breathes her work and is passionate about making sure government services provide for people who need them. She's not a CEO who sits in an office. For over 2 years, she's been getting her hands dirty, getting involved.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chairman, none of this is in the actual council papers before us today. And it is concerning, given the importance of this, that the Deputy Mayor appears to have additional information that we have not seen and not been provided. That's right.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. I don't uphold.
It was in the media today, Madam Chair.
Deputy Mayor, please continue.
Getting her hands dirty, getting involved in every aspect of Southern hospitals, sometimes helping on the floor into the early hours of the morning. Well, here I hear you saying that I wasn't on the selection panel because you believe the media, so pot kettle black, Councillor Collier, I take your interjection. I welcome Kerry to Brisbane City Council family. I look forward to working with her in the years to come, and I commend this item to the chamber.
Thank you, councillors. As we are now reaching the 3-hour expiry, under the provisions of section 35(13) of the Meetings Local Law on the Councillor Johnston, please don't call out while I'm speaking. Under the provisions of section 35(13) of the Meetings Local Law, on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of committee reports, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of any committee report not yet voted upon without further amendment or debate. I will now put the motion for the adoption of the Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 9th of September 2024. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. I will now put Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 8 abstentions.
Thank you. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seat.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chairman, can I just clarify, will you allow us to take items seriatim for voting purposes?
No, it has to be voted as a complete.
Yes, I understand we have to vote, but are you saying that we can't,
You can't.
ask for items to be separated for just voting purposes?
Correct, you can't.
And is that in the meetings local law? Can you tell us what section you're relying on?
It's in section 35 under 14 on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of all committee reports unless council resolves otherwise. The chair shall put a motion to the meeting for the adoption of the following without further debate. Every committee report not yet debated and every committee report debated but not yet voted upon and every committee report partially debated and voted upon.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman, for clarifying that. Madam Chairman, that clearly refers to debate. I'm not asking to debate. I'm asking for voting purposes that items are taken seriatim. So clearly voting is not excluded in that provision that you've raised.
Because it's a motion, there's no chance for seriatim, Councillor Johnston. We're putting the motion. Councillors, I am now putting the economic development, nighttime economy and the Brisbane 2032
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
Paralympic Games Committee report. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. Just with respect to 3514, it does say here that the expiration of the period allowed for debate unless council otherwise resolves. So is there some reason we can't vote on whether or not, as a council, because there is clearly provision here for us to vote on whether or not something can be taken seriatim?
There's no option for seriatim, just extension for debate. Councillor Johnston.
Okay, thank you. Point of order, Madam Chairman. I move that that council extend the period for debate for committee reports by 1 hour. And I'd appreciate a seconder.
Seconded.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Griffith to extend the period for debate to 1 hour. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no? No. The noes have it.
Yep. Division.
There's no seconder, so we will move to the... Councillors, we will now move to the economic development, nighttime economy and the Brisbane 2032. Councillor Adderman. Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Transport Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Motion is carried. Infrastructure Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The motion is carried. City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Motion is carried. Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The
Division.
motion is carried. Division has been called by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour, 1 against and 7 abstentions.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put City Standards Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. We'll now put Community and the Arts Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against no. The ayes have it. We'll now put Finance and City Governance Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Chongwa.
Yes, I have a petition for implemented traffic calming measures in Mackay Terrace and Angus Street, Barton.
Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a petition requesting Council install designated bicycle and scooter lanes on Hawken Drive in St Lucia.
Councillor Hutton.
Chair, I have a petition requesting Council rename Timaru Close Park at Westlake to 2 Mile Reach Park.
Councillor Dixon, may I have a motion for the receipt of the petitions?
Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of the Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? We'll now move to general business. Are there any matters of general business? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise to give a report on the Paralympics and my visit to Paris to learn more about how we as a host city will be able to learn from the experiences that our friends in Paris have gained. And Madam Chair, there's been a little bit of discussion already earlier today, and I really want to put on record that this is an emotive and immersive experience for those who attended on the ground to really gain an understanding of what it is that we will be experiencing in 8 short years. The City of Paris had a fairly similar time to get ready, and all of the sessions that I attended, everybody was in agreement that it took all of that time and that there were many learnings that, that could have been had from each of those particular areas. So many of the people that we talked to on the ground were very much about making sure that the experiences that people had in attending their cities was very much about a welcoming city, just as we will be wanting to be in 2032. I think there's been a lot of discussion, even since I've been back, about some of the learnings from those presentations, and I really want to put on record my appreciation to the City of Paris for all of their effort. They were very willing to speak to all of us. They were very willing to share with us their learnings, the challenges that they had faced, and we're very much looking forward to the evaluation that will now occur now that the Paralympics is over. One of my first presentations was with Pascal Matau, who spoke to us about accessibility and the fact that they had used the opportunity to teach all of their managers French Sign Language, the importance of signage across the city, because the city, of course, is a very ancient city, and there were things such as cobblestones that weren't sort of conducive to people in wheelchairs. However, they had done a very good job of trying to make sure that all of the signage and all of the areas that they were able to make wheelchair friendly as well as accessible in other areas had occurred. incurred. The opening ceremony was one such. It was in near the Arc de Triomphe, but it was somewhere where they had to lay rubber matting so that those in wheelchairs could access it. But again, the opening ceremony was all about celebrating the achievements of the Paralympians and the fact that there was so much diversity on that stage. It was truly amazing. I was very thrilled to be able to catch up with Robin Smith, who was the CEO of Sport Inclusion Australia. Robin's also been involved with Virtus Sport and is on the International Paralympic Committee. She was very generous with her time, and she introduced me to the International Paralympic Committee, Mr Andrew Parsons, who is the president, and Mr Dwayne Cale, the vice president, along with a number of the other committee members. There's 14 committee members, and they were there on site to be able to help the athletes. One of the most amazing things was being invited by the Australian Ambassador to France, Her Excellency Gillian Bird, and Minister Wells to greet the Paralympians, and that was held at the Embassy, and it was a fantastic opportunity for us to meet the Paralympians, and the President of Paralympics Australia, the President Alison Cray, was there, and to actually get to speak to the athletes was a really amazing opportunity. I would like to just read into the minutes of this meeting the Brisbane athletes that competed at the Paralympics, and I think it's very important that we honour those people. Abby Craswell from Para-Athletics, Lewis Bishop, Para-Swimming, Rowan Crothers, Para-Swimming, Jack Island, Para-Swimming, Rachel Watson, Para-Swimming, Honey Watson, powerlifting, and Josh Nicholson with the wheelchair rugby. And Minister Wells and I were at the very first wheelchair rugby, and of course Josh was able to go on, so I gave an extra big cheer to him. But can I just say that each
Councillor Howard, your time has expired.
Okay.
Any further general business? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on two items: a report from overseas travel and receiving stolen goods. Well done to Councillor Howard. That was a report, right, from overseas travel. I'm sorry that the Deputy Mayor wasn't in the chamber listening. She only came in after Councillor Howard finished that report, but that's a genuine report. So we certainly look forward to seeing the breakdown in expenditure from that trip, and I know this will probably happen in the next session as well and will be updated on the website, but I'm sure Councillor Adams has made sure that the breakdown on her expenditure for the work part of her personal trip overseas recently will be updated on the website as well, given that hasn't occurred yet. But I just wanted to reflect on an issue that Councillor Kim raised about items that were stolen from her ward office. So certainly what it appears like anyway, and have turned up in other ward offices. Now, the response from the Lord Mayor to that, Chair, was that if it was paid for by council funds, generally speaking, then it can go anywhere in council. So I just want to confirm this. I know the Lord Mayor's not in here now, but I'm sure a relevant chair will be able to confirm this for us. I want to put this on the public record, that according to the Lord Mayor, I could go down to the Iron Bump and Lagoon Parklands and rip out a chair, a seat, that is there and put it up in the foyer of my ward office, and that's perfectly fine because that was paid for out of a capital budget, council budget, and it can go in there. I could go into the Sandgate Town Hall and pull those curtains down off the stage and take them back to the ward office and hang them on the wall there if I wanted to as well, because according to the Lord Mayor, those things. Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah. If you go find the 3D printer or something. Yeah, I'd go over to the Chandler Ward office and pick up Councillor Murphy's drone and use that as well, and not return it. Because according to the Lord Mayor, that is perfectly fine. If we just take stuff from in here, I might take that chair over there and put that in my ward office. I assume that's okay, Chair. Is that right? I assume that is okay because according to the Lord Mayor, if things are transferred from the Callum Vale ward office to the Hamilton ward office, and to Brackenridge Ward Office and to the Lord Mayor's office, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine if those items are transferred when an LNP councillor loses that ward and wants the incoming councillor to not have those items. I was also disturbed to learn that there are other items missing from the Cullen Vale Ward Office that are not accounted for. So they have possibly left council entirely. So I think a proper and thorough investigation needs to be undertaken here, and potentially, Chair, if that investigation isn't able to locate those items, that should be referred to the CCC. Now, I'm not yet sure who needs to do that, because an investigation does need to be undertaken if it's done by the CEO, and he can't, as the acting CEO currently still, till the end of the year. No, the incoming CEO is not starting till after the 15th of December. I heard someone interject there. But I assume the acting CEO will still be in place. If that investigation can't locate that folding machine in the Lord Mayor's office and that lectern that's in the Brackenridge Ward Office and those items that were transferred to the Hamilton Ward Office, staging over in the Hamilton, they can't find that, then those items may have been stolen, I guess, and perhaps the CCC needs to look into that. So that's an incredible thing for the Lord Mayor to have said, that in his view it's okay for a councillor that had clearly lost the election, lost that seat, to then make the decision to transfer those items out of that ward office so the incoming councillor didn't have access to them. And according to the Lord Mayor, and didn't even know they were gone, I'll take that interjection, until an asset register was accessed, and then questions were asked, and then the answer to those questions were those items were transferred to LNP ward offices, and you do not get to receive them back. I don't think that's right, and I appreciate Councillor Kim for having raised them, and I certainly hope the acting CEO will undertake a thorough investigation and make any referrals to the CCC that are deemed, or the police perhaps, if they're missing entirely. If we can ascertain someone has taken them and has benefited from council resources being used to buy them, but if they're also just totally missing, perhaps they need to be referred to the police as well.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired. Further general business, Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Chair. Today I rise to share the sad news of the passing of esteemed former headmaster of Moreton Bay College, Mr Ken Waller. As a proud student of past student of Moreton Bay College who attended the school during Mr Waller's final year as headmaster, I was deeply saddened to hear the news from a fellow MBC Old Girl and Wynnum resident, Nikki Bickley, last week. In 1980, Mr Ken Waller made history as the first male headmaster of Moreton Bay College, bringing fresh leadership with a bold vision to the school. During his tenure, Mr Waller led significant transformations, took calculated risks and made difficult decisions, and his signature safari suits are a fond memory to us all. When he first took the helm alongside our beloved Miss Hanley on Bay Terrace in Wynnum, the school was struggling. The original campus was worn, enrolments were at just 116 with only 15 boarders. The board recognised that the school needed a leader with not only educational acumen but also entrepreneurial skills. Mr Waller's background with the Shell Company proved to be pivotal in addressing both the business and educational challenges that the school faced. Under Mr Waller's leadership, the decision was made to close the boarding house in 1980, refocusing the school's efforts on day school education. With change along with the purchase of 14 acres on Wandle Road at Manly West in 1981, this set the stage for the opening of the new primary school in 1984, led by the late Lita Boswell, who was the head of primary. By the end of 1985, the secondary students joined the new campus, and additional land purchases brought the campus to 37 acres. Over his 19 years at Moreton Bay College, Mr Waller's vision for a thriving girls' school became a reality, thanks to his unwavering commitment, the dedicated team that he built, and the pride of the students who attended during his tenure. By the time he retired in 1998, enrolments had grown to 1,142 students, and they were supported by 133 staff members. His leadership left a lasting legacy on the college, which flourished under his guidance. Mr Waller's wife, Janet, Mrs Waller to us old girls, was also a dedicated presence at the college, supporting her husband's work. The Ken and Janet Waller Sports Centre, affectionately known as the Waller Centre, remains the hub of school and international events, serving as a lasting reminder of their contribution. Mr Waller had a profound impact on students, staff and families alike. Over the past few days, the Moreton Bay College Old Girls Facebook page has been filled with over 100 heartfelt messages and reactions celebrating his legacy, and I'd like to share a few of these tributes. Danielle Elson, 2 things I remember Mr Waller teaching us. 1, win or lose, do it with grace. 2, how to shake hands with a firm grip. Mel Lyle, I'm very sad to hear of Mr Waller's passing. He was an inspirational leader who successfully steered the college through challenging times. Sending love to Mrs Waller and the family. Melinda Gale, so sad to hear this news. Sincere condolences and prayers to Mrs Waller and the children, who were similar ages to us 80s girls. They attended other schools, but we were always updated on their progress, so we thank you for sharing your dad and husband with us. Mr Waller steered the college through some dark days, and it emerged as the amazing place of learning that it is today. Last time I saw him, he said, "Melinda, it's been more than 30 years since school, you can call me Ken." And I replied, "Thank you, Mr Waller, but I just can't. You will always be Mr Waller to me, just as Miss Hanley will always be Miss Hanley. Rest in peace, Mr Waller." Over the past 5 years, I had the privilege of spending more time with Mr and Mrs Waller through my role at the Moreton Bay Colleges as in the community engagement team. We often discussed the school's history, the current strategic direction, and both Mr and Mrs Waller were extremely supportive of my journey into politics. When I spoke to Mrs Waller yesterday to express my condolences, she told me that Mr Waller was very proud of my win of the seat of Wynnum Manly, and that meant as much as hearing it from my own parents. Mr Waller was a steadfast leader. His dedication to the, who dedicated his life to ensuring the success of Moreton Bay College and its students. His legacy will continue to inspire the college community for generations to come. Rest in peace, Mr Waller. You'll be dearly missed. Thank you.
Well said. Further general business, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to report my travel to South Korea, where I stayed in Seoul for 3 nights at the 10th Global Korean Politicians Conference with the Korean government on the 20th of August to the 23rd. The Overseas Korean Cooperation Centre under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs helps organise this annual event with attendance from over 100 politicians of Korean heritage from all across the globe. I was invited by the Consulate of the Republic of Korea in Brisbane, whose office actually overlooks City Hall in Brisbane. And I've had the pleasure of meeting and establishing a positive relationship with the Consulate at various community events in Brisbane, such as the Korean Festival organised by the Korean Society in Queensland in King George Square last month, and the Arirang Queensland Showcase just this weekend in Queen Street Mall, drawing in large crowds for some epic timberboard breaking demonstrating Taekwondo and traditional Korean performances, where I was joined by Peter Russo MP and Councillor Stephen Huang. I was invited to this conference by the Korean Consulate at the first, as the first Korean Australian elected to office in Brisbane. In my tabled document, you'll also find my full day-to-day itinerary on page 4 with locations. Most of the conference was held in Seoul, Yeouido, at a hotel function room near where the National Assembly building and several broadcasting companies operate, but also where my dad actually grew up before he moved to Brisbane with my grandparents in the late 80s. There's a park redeveloped after my dad moved to Brisbane where I stayed, but I didn't get the time to walk over. It's called Yeouido Park, consisting of an ecological forest, cultural arena, lovely bike lanes and beautiful lawns. In 1924, it was actually the first airport in the country under Japanese colonial rule. A coup followed, and then this was actually turned into a large asphalt strip in the 70s where locals used to ride their bikes and skate on it. There's historical significance that local infrastructure has, no matter where you are in the world, and the fact that it could have a deeply complex one while servicing the local community is sure a takeaway. I wanted to recognise especially that regardless of shared cultural heritage, there was a strong diversity of political views at the forum and representatives from all levels of government. Those from California, Texas and America, not all from the same party as LBJ, Canada, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Argentina and Sydney too. It was interesting to hear about the Democrat convention from those in the party as it was happening the same time as this conference. I wish my friends good luck in the upcoming election, and it's one of the few times I'll be siding for the blue team. While we were brought together by shared cultural heritage like eating kimchi at nearly every meal after a long day of lectures, we were also proud of the country we call home. It was amazing to see the number of people whose mother tongue was English, Spanish, Russian, Japanese, and sometimes the only way for us to communicate with each other was via Korean or the translator. Many were also the first elected of Korean heritage back at home, but the conference actually wasn't that tokenistic. It was really about sharing our experiences in a practical way, like the goals on our council website for our sister cities. Daejeon, Korea is one of Brisbane's current sister cities, and I look forward to expanding our relationship on behalf of Brisbane City Council to more cities and regions in Korea. There's a lot we can learn from, which I'll visit later, and resources we can share as Brisbane's population scales leading up to the Olympics. I do have a long list of thoughts for Brisbane, particularly after crossing the 20-kilometre Incheon Bridge over the Han River to reach the airport, or the accessibility-friendly public toilets with automatic doors in Seoul's busiest streets, accommodating also for Korea's ageing population. Or the emergency bells and toilets that detect abnormal noise, including screaming, breaking glass or explosions, that automatically phone the police. It was interesting to learn also about the way the government also accommodates for North Korean defectors and the challenges surrounding this. Last week, Melbourne City Council just launched their first Koreatown following Sydney and Ryde Council. While there are many things we argued about in the council chamber today, I'd like to think that we should end on a matter that we can all agree on. And so I'd like to conclude by listing tabling my list of Brisbane's top 5 Korean barbecues and restaurants as suggestions for where the Brisbane City Council can begin their research and follow our Korean diaspora. So the first is Ta-on Korean restaurant in Callumvale, Midam Korean charcoal barbecue in Sunnybank Hills, Yandang in Sunnybank, Nunane in Sunnybank, and the Charcoal Barbecue House in Runcorn. So I look forward to discussing this with Councillor Kim Marks. I propose an investigatory committee, given we've just established an ethics one, where we all go out to explore. Just this weekend, I celebrated my cousin's baptism and 40th anniversary of our Korean Presbyterian Church with around 1,000 people in attendance, and maybe in the future we'll see a Koreatown too. But ultimately, Brisbane is the best place to live, and we're lucky for our shared cultures. Thank you, everyone.
Further general business, Councillor Cheong-Wah.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on the behaviour of this Schrinner Council and on state facilitated developments. On the very first day of this 2024 Council, I will not forget the Mayor launching into an incredibly malicious attack in these chambers, devoting much of his speech to demonising the Greens and attacking the former councillor. It was shocking and saddening to hear. I genuinely thought the first day of new council would hold some goodwill to each other, that a mayor elected for a second term would seek to find cooperation and genuine dialogue with all members elected to these chambers, but that was not the case. In my first 5 months, I've continued to see a style of personal attacks by this Schrinner-led council that is more personal than issue-based, culminating in attacks on my colleague Councillor Massey last week and today. When the Schrinner Council are misusing their majority to attack individual councillors, when they are willing to hear criticism of their management of Brisbane City, when they start changing the laws that govern the democratic process with an aim to reducing oversight, transparency and debate, then it is not hard to see that these are signs of an increasingly autocratic party that has been in power for far too long. It is not surprising that 20 years in power breeds contempt of others and a contempt of our democracy. I would also like to speak on the abuse of power in undermining the planning system of Queensland and in Brisbane. We are now seeing the first state-facilitated developments being notified under the Housing Availability and Affordability Bill 2023. We have seen the first 12 developments being notified in Queensland, with one in Milton in my ward. This development at 2933 Manning Street, Milton, has a very checkered and infamous past already. There are plenty of media stories you can find out about long-term renters losing their homes. A development tied up in legal arguments was finally approved by Brisbane City Council through a legal loophole. However, successfully manipulating the Brisbane planning system wasn't good enough. Now this new state Labor autocratic legislation provides even greater ways of circumventing the planning system and even greater profit margins. The developer has jumped on that bandwagon and has of course expanded their approved 20-storey, 130 units to 305-unit development. Unfortunately, the state government won't even tell us how high this building will be. By the number of units, my guess is that the developer has now managed to bump their 20-storey building up to possibly 40 storeys. Millions of dollars of profit will be rolling in. The ironic thing is that this council did whatever it could to bypass the planning system with the inappropriate use of the temporary local planning instrument with the Kurilpa TLPI. Well, the state government has now one-upped the council and has completely sidelined the city planning system. Under a state-facilitated development, the state government doesn't even tell the council how high the buildings will be. This is exactly what land banking developers have dreamed of. The Brisbane City Council are lame duck in their own planning system. Developers paying virtually no infrastructure charges, building anywhere they want, as high as they want, and deep planning, well, what even is that anymore? Yes, they technically have to provide 15% affordable housing using a definition of affordable, and many industry experts are very concerned about. So for 15% affordable housing, they get to build anywhere and any height and any time they want. In Paris and in London and many other cities, developers must provide inclusionary, affordable housing in their development, and they still have to abide by the planning system. It's called mandatory inclusionary zoning. While many cities around the world are embracing this, it seems in Australia only the Greens have adopted these progressive policies. In Queensland and Brisbane, for a little affordable housing, Labor and the LNP will give them anything they want because that's what they do for our developed mates here. Well, it's not this LNP council's fault, is it? This is clearly driven by a Labor state government and a federal Labor agenda. But we all saw the council-funded adverts calling on the Queensland government to provide more funding for buses. What did the LNP council do to fight for control of our planning system? Well, they wrote a submission.
Further general business. Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on 5 items. The Kangaroo Point Action Group, Public Traction Action Group, Project for Hope Sudan, the Filipino-Australian Foundation of Queensland, the Serbian Festival, and also Kurilpa Derby. Firstly, I want to thank the Kangaroo Point Action Group, who meets every month, usually, on a Wednesday morning. I joined them last Wednesday morning. As always, it is great to work with this amazingly active group who are passionately advocating for Kangaroo Point to have sufficient, frequent and accessible public transport. They, residents across Kangaroo Point, and myself know it's time for Kangaroo Point to have a city cat stop, and it's time for Kangaroo Point to have increased bus services. Second item, Project Hope for Sudan had their fundraising dinner at Food Connect Sheds this weekend. The organisation supports children and young people in South Sudan who have been orphaned or extremely disadvantaged. I've been a proud supporter of this local organisation and the committee since 2022. The event raised over $7,785,000. Congratulations to the committee and to the chair, Rosa. If you'd like to contribute to this amazing local organisation, please check out Project Hope for Sudan online. The Filipino-Australian Foundation of Queensland had their coronation and gala dinner this weekend also. An amazing night at Sunpack in Sunnybank, which acknowledges the great charity contributions of Filipinos calling Brisbane and Queensland home. Hundreds of people were there. It was such a wonderful evening. I actually had difficulties getting my mother off the dance floor because I needed to go home. I want to congratulate Ivy, who was crowned Miss Charity 2024. You see, part of the event is actually about the contributions of Filipino people and their charity projects, which returns funding back to some of their villages or their homes or previous homes in the Philippines. I'd like to congratulate Tita Cecilia and the board for an amazing event. I'm looking forward to seeing you all soon. And again, to everyone that was there, I really appreciate us sharing our language together. On Sunday, Dutton Park State School hosted the Serbian Festival, delivered by St. Nicholas Serbian Orthodox Church of Wollongabba, an incredible event that showcased Serbian culture through food, dance and song. Also, I want to give a quick shout out because there are an incredible amount of volunteers, including some people that work with us here in Chambers, You know who you are. Thank you for volunteering. The cabbage salad was fantastic. I want to thank Father Milos, Ivan, and Bilja, the president of the committee, for their warmest welcome. We'll be seeing each other very soon, December, I believe, if not beforehand. Lastly, I want to congratulate and spend some time talking about the Kurilpa Derby. Festivals like the Kurilpa Derby are far and few in between. A local street party in the middle of West End celebrating the weirdness of life across 2 or more wheels. An event that celebrates community creative expression and what it means to be a community on the ground at a grassroots level together. Some numbers about the Derby: 15 local business supporters, 7 sponsors, 85 performers, 30 plus volunteers, 3,000 plus punters plus their dogs, 15 plus floats, 2 boats, over 100 scooters and bikes, 30 plus skateboards, 10 hours of programming, 35 meetings, and also 300 plus hours of pro bono volunteer work. Apart from serving up a barbecue for punters, I was also there to marshal the parade and also do more consultation around Davies Park. This event is only possible because of the residents who show up and support it each year through attendance and volunteering. A huge congratulations to the West End Community Association who deliver the Derby with no pay but with love. Thanks, fam. Across this week, I want to thank all the amazing people at these festivals and events for all their support. I've never felt more energised to be citywide.
Point of order, Chair. Yep, Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for dinner break for 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded. It is moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Gibney, that the chamber adjourn for an hour for dinner break. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Well, ayes have it. Enjoy the dinner. Further general business? Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Chair, sorry. I rise to speak on a couple of items. One is an event coming up on Saturday and a reflection on some council assets. Firstly, I just want to say that the Children's Moon Festival is on at Adonala. The Vietnamese Moon Festival, or Children's Festival, coming up this Saturday, starting at about 5 o'clock. I mean, that's the formal stuff. And it'll be a who's who that will be there, of course, with the upcoming state election, of course. Everyone will want to get a couple of photographs, which is fair enough. And the Vietnamese community will appreciate everyone coming along. The Vietnamese chapter under Dr. Quang Bui has been doing a fantastic job over the many years, both with the Moon Festival and, of course, the Tet Festival as well. Everyone will be in their Vietnamese costumes, costume dress, I should say, and including me. That's a sight, I'll tell you. I hope I can still get in it. Anyways, we'll find out. And then also want to reflect on some council asset, or a council asset that actually left me for a short period of time back in the 2016-17 financial year. There were some banner poles in front of the Lake Stage. I will tell you in a minute, through the chair. And so what happened was someone reported that one of the uprights of the banner pole had disappeared. The other one was still there, and the banner was that was actually on the pole had sort of been neatly folded up and laid on the ground. So I was told at the time. I had a call from Councillor Owen Taylor at the time, who was the new councillor for the Callanvale ward. It used to be Parkinson, of course. And she said to these, I've taken one of your banner poles because one of my banner poles got destroyed, and I need it for an upcoming event. So I've taken it.
As you do.
And I thought, well, I was a new councillor, so what did I know? You know, so we made contact with, sent an email, I should say, to the regional manager at the time, and pointed out that this had occurred. I didn't think it was right, and could he look into it and investigate? Well, he came back to me pretty quickly and said, it will be returned to you. It should not have happened. She didn't own it. And back within about 1 day, it was back up, as it should be. So clearly, you can't just move assets around out of councillor's whim.
Seems the Lord Mayor thinks you can.
The regional manager didn't even know it had happened. So I don't know actually how it happened when he didn't know it happened. So I'll just leave that one because I don't really know what happened there. But when Emily Kim told me about her problem with some assets in her office, I thought, yeah, she's got form, and she's continued on, and that's what's happened. It'll be interesting to find out when you follow up that, either with the OIA or the CCC or whatever, just to see what the outcome of that is, because you can't just, move assets around at a whim because you had a problem, it was damaged, and you're just going to take one from another ward. Right? It just doesn't seem morally right, let alone, it could be legally right, I don't know, but it's certainly not morally right. And to her credit, she just rang me up and told me the way it was. so it wasn't like she was hiding behind anything, but I just thought it was wrong, and I found out it was wrong. The regional manager sorted it out, and it was all put back into place. Sorry? Yeah, well, outcomes manager now. All right. Anyways, I just thought I would interject that into the debate. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Any further general business? Councillor Griffith.
Councillor Johnson. Oh, I'll go. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Mr. Chairperson, I rise to speak about my disappointment with the administration and with council at the moment. And I think the point that Councillor Cassidy was making earlier in the report, that this council is not meeting its targets, not delivering for residents, is what I'm inundated with in my ward office. And I am finding that in my ward office, after being there 22 years, that we are just seeing this constant churning in the office about people trying to find out what's going on, why council isn't delivering, what's the hold up, why aren't we getting action, what is council doing? And literally, we are spending all our time just going over and over this thrashing inadequacy of council. And it just keeps going. And you speak to executives, you speak to senior managers, you speak to staff, you try and sort it out, and yet this problem just keeps going and going and going. And I don't only see it in PPI and PSO, I see it in news not talking to PPI and PSO. And PSO and PPI saying to me, wow, we can't get them to listen to us. We can't get them to talk to us. We can't get them, let's find a way around them. How do we get around these people? How do we make things happen for residents, even though we can't get the policy area of council to respond? It's in leasing. It's in our community facilities. It's in cars. Everywhere we go is dysfunctional. Everywhere I touch and that I try and get a resolution to, there's no resolution to it. It's just dysfunctional. And it's just residents are sick of it. I'm embarrassed by it because at one stage, yes, you had an LNP majority, but they were actually interested in governing. At the moment, they've stepped back from governing and they go, run your own show, we'll be over here and we'll just be elite. We're just going to be elite and love our privilege, and you guys run the show. And there's no connection between what's happening and their governing. And it's a real failure. And staff are lost, and council is lost, and the residents of Brisbane lose out. So I'll just give you these few examples. I'm going to table them. The corner of Tuckett and Lillian Avenue, Salisbury, it's all crumbling. Put through, trying to get action. Corner of Days Avenue and Kingsley Parade. The footpath's all crumbling. It's been patched up, and yet it's been left there. No action. What I'm getting is, oh, look, it can take a year for our construction team to actually come back and do this job. 64 Days Avenue, which is right next door to the issue I just raised. We had a council officer go out there, 5 metres away is another problem, but they just looked at this problem because I'm just paid to look at this problem. I don't look at that problem. We just have no customer service. We have staff are disinterested. They want to do their best, but this organisation does not value the outcomes they're producing. We have equipment left all over the ward and all over the city just piled up. And I collect it and pile it up, pile up caps, pile up equipment for collection because our staff just leave it. It is what is happening out there at the moment, and I've raised this before and I was hoping there'd be some improvements. And unfortunately, all I hear is the only improvement that's going to happen is we're going to go through another restructure. What? We're going to send our council staff who are unhappy that we can't keep through another restructure because we stuffed up the last restructure? And what I'm hearing is it's not just me who's raising these issues. It's councillors on that side, and they complain about it and they say, oh, this is bad, it's not working, how do we get outcomes for our officers? And you know what happens? They don't speak up in their party room. Crickets. They just sit there because they're happy with the pay and happy with the privilege of being in a majority, but they're not prepared to speak up. You need to speak up so we get better outcomes for our residents. I will table this.
Further general business? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on two items. Firstly, the delegation for the appointment of the CEO, Dr Kerry Freeman, and secondly, the petition to purchase parkland in Graceville on the former Beth Eden site. Firstly, I will just say, with respect to the earlier item, the ENC report that came through Council, we were given less than a day's notice to the appointment of the CEO. I think that this is one of the most fundamental failures of good governance in this city, that the CEO's appointment is not being done in an open and transparent way. Now, this is no reflection upon Dr Freeman. This is a direct result of the actions of the Lord Mayor of Brisbane City Council, Adrian Schrinner, and that's my comments reflect upon his actions. Now, there are two things of concern with what has happened. Firstly, as we've heard, the recruitment process has been done solely by the LNP. There weren't even any other senior council officers involved in the process, so the acting CEO didn't even sit on the panel. Now, it is an outrageous decision that three or four LNP councillors think they are in the best position to determine who should be the CEO of Brisbane City Council. That is a decision that should be made by the full council. And as they have done in previous appointments with Colin Jensen, the decision today was not to appoint Dr Freeman. The decision was to delegate the appointment of Dr Freeman to the Lord Mayor, who will enter into arrangements and terms that are agreeable to the Lord Mayor. That's right. To the Lord Mayor. We don't know what they're going to be. The Lord Mayor could be writing a clause in there saying, don't ever speak to the Labor Party, those Greens are bad. The whole process has been done by the LNP, for the LNP, in secret, and it is not transparent and accountable to the people of Brisbane. Now, into this environment comes Dr. Kerry Freeman. And yeah, I feel sorry for her because I'm sure she's been sold a rosy picture of this city by the LNP councillors who've spoken to her, who've driven our council into the ground. And it is bad governance, the way in which the Lord Mayor and the LNP councillors involved in this process have handled it. Even down to the fact that apparently it was announced to the media before we were told, so you've got people in South Australia commenting on it before we even know about it. So the way in which this has been done is appalling. It does not serve the interests of democracy or good governance. It has not been transparent or accountable, and we can have no confidence in the process because of the secret way in which the Lord Mayor has conducted it. Secondly, I just want to speak briefly about one of the petitions. Because of the LNP's changes to the meeting's local law, they guillotined debate today so that we did not get to debate motions in the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee. I moved a motion to extend the meeting for an hour, so we would have the opportunity to debate those petitions, and the LNP councillors voted against that. The petition before us today was to purchase either part or all of the parkland at Bank Road, Graceville, which was a former nursing home that has been purchased by Retire Australia, and a 120-bed retirement village and nursing home has been proposed on the site. They are retaining the heritage buildings, but they want to demolish 90% of the trees on the site. 90%. Now, in this part of Graceville, Council has identified in the LGIP that there is a shortage of parkland in Graceville. In the LGIP put out for public consultation, Council recommended 2 houses people live in, be acquired in future for parkland. What Council could have done was purchase part or condition part of this land for parkland. It's a lost opportunity.
Any further general business? Well, that concludes the general business. Now we're continuing the debate on adjourned motion. Councillors, we now resume debate on to the adjourned motion from the meeting of 3rd September 2024, moved by Councillor Strong, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. That Council amends the 2024-25 Council budget to include funding to upgrade the intersection of Pine Road, Archerfield Road, and Azalea Street, Richland, with traffic signals during this current financial year. Is there any further debate? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. I rise this evening to move an amendment to this motion to make it factually accurate. Mr. Deputy Chair, I'd like to replace the words amends with the words notes, replace the words to include with includes, add the words design and between the words to and upgrade, change the words the to after the upgrade, and add the words at the end of the sentence, progress a commitment made by the Lord Mayor in the 2024 council election. So in total, the amendment should read, Council notes that the 2024-2025 council budget includes funding to design the upgrade to the intersection of Pine Road, Archerfield Road and Azalea Streets, Richlands, with traffic signals during this current financial year, progressing a commitment made by the Lord Mayor in the 2024 election. This amendment is required to make the motion factually correct, as this project has funding
Point of order.
allocated
Point of order.
in the
Point of
budget
order.
already
Point of
as
order.
detailed in the
Council
Suburban
Toomey.
Works
Council
program
Toomey.
in the
Point of order.
2024-2025.
Point of order.
Councillor Toomey, point of order.
Is
Councillor Johnston.
Councillor Toomey, he seems to be making a speech. Where is the amendment? And has the amendment been seconded? He's still reading the amendment.
Yeah.
Well, Mr Deputy Chairman,
I'm about to request a
this
copy.
amendment clearly is completely contradictory to the original motion. It is not in the terms of order of the original motion, and you should rule it out of order as not complying with the meeting's local law.
I'll seek advice.
Point of order, Mr Chair, when you're ready.
Motion in writing first.
I do have it here, Mr Deputy Chair. I was waiting for a seconded, but why don't I finish reading the motion?
Yeah, okay. We'll read the motion and second it, and I'll have a look at the written motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Can I continue finishing the amendment? I'm happy to start again. Mr Deputy, start again, Mr Deputy Chair.
Please continue.
Yep, fair enough. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take the interjection. Thank you, Chamber, for your indulgence. Mr Deputy Chair, I rise to move the amendment to this motion to make it factually correct. To replace the words amends and notes. Replace the words to include with includes. Add the words design the between the words to and upgrade. Change the words the to after the word upgrade, and add the words at the end of the sentence, progressing a commitment made by the Lord Mayor in the 2024 council election. So, Chamber, in total, the motion would now read, Council notes that the 2024-2025 council budget includes funding to design the upgrade of the intersection of Pine Road, Archerfield Road and Azalea Street to Richland, with traffic signals during this current financial year, progressing a commitment made by the Lord Mayor in the 2024 council election. This amendment is required to make this motion factually accurate, as this project has funding allocated in the budget.
Sorry, Councillor Toomey. Yeah, sorry. Yep. You need a second before you can move on. Oh, sorry, the microphone didn't work, so I didn't hear from here. Yeah, okay. So you, okay, sorry. Yes, please, because I didn't hear from, probably the microphone didn't work. Okay.
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Hang on.
This is the second time Councillor Johnson has interrupted me reading this motion.
Yes, you stood up. What's your point of order?
Mr Deputy Chair, firstly, I've been given an amended motion, not an amendment. My understanding is amendments have to be in writing. This is a completely different amended motion. So we have not been provided with an amendment, number one. And then, number two, Councillor Toomey continues to speak about things that are not even in his revised amended motion. So I would say we've not been given the proper paperwork, and two, it's not in the terms of the original motion.
Well, there's been motions been handwritten, and so I accept it is a proper motion. So, Councillor Toomey, please continue.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Strong.
Listen, as the mover of the original motion, right, the community called for it to be upgraded in this financial year, not be designed. So it is totally not. It's unacceptable.
Point of order, Mr Chair. Councillor,
I'm sorry, Councillor Wise, I'm dealing with this point of order first. Thank you.
I'm still on my feet.
Mr Chair, point of order. Councillor Johnson just screamed, "Sit down" at me. Something that she would not tolerate from any person who raised. Completely unreasonable.
Councillor Wise, please let me deal, one by one.
Thank you.
Councillor Strong.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Listen, this is totally this is totally different than the original motion calling for it to be upgraded this financial year. It doesn't say in my motion for design.
Yep.
Nothing to do with design.
Yep, I'm
Thank you,
to
Chair.
hear from Councillor Toomey. So let Councillor Toomey finish his.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order.
You are presiding over the meeting. It is your responsibility to address whether or not this is a valid amendment. It's not Councillor Toomey's. And Mr. Deputy Chairman, Councillor Strunk and I have both raised concerns. Mine are even stronger. This is a replacement motion. You're substituting one motion for another, which is not what amendments are about. So Councillor Strunk has raised a valid point of order and you need to address it. It's not a matter for Councillor Toomey to debate.
Okay, well, I believe it retains the original identity of the motion, and I'll continue to hear Councillor Toomey's argument on it. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Deputy Chair.
Point of order.
I move dissent in your very dodgy ruling.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to move against dissent my ruling, moved by Councillor Johnston and Councillor Strunk, seconded by Councillor Strunk. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston and who seconded? Sorry, who seconded? Sorry, who seconded the? Okay, Councillor Cassidy second the motion. Please ring the bell. Oh, sorry, Councillor Strong seconded the motion. Please read the result.
Mr. Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour and 11 against.
The motion has lost. Yep. So now the Council Toomey moved an amendment. Council notes that Council notes the 2024-25 Council budget includes funding to design the upgrade to the intersection of Pine Road, Archerfield Road, and Azalea Street, Richlands, with traffic signals during this current financial year, progressing a commitment made by the Lord Mayor in the 2024 Council election. And it was seconded by Councillor Dixon. Councillor Toomey to the amended motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. I will finish moving my amendment by saying that in this particular case, if this motion is not amended, the original motion would become null and void because it speaks, hang on a second, Councillor Griffiths, through you, Deputy Chair, because it speaks to something that's happened in the past. So within the suburban budget, there is a budget allocation for this intersection. So this amendment corrects that motion. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair.
Any further debate on the amended motion? Councillor Strong.
Yes. Thank you, Deputy Chair. Well, it's really interesting, Deputy Chair, that Councillor Toomey moved this other motion, which, as he just said, it's already in the budget for design. And that's not what we need. We need it to be done, not just design. And that's what my motion was about, right? Now, they had till the end of the financial year to do that, or to at least start doing it, right? It doesn't have to be completed. But this intersection was a political promise by the Lord Mayor. Now he's wanting to cover himself. So much so, right, that he advertised in a newsletter after the council election, so he's still advocating for just the design, right, in his newsletter. He then spent like about $16,000 to $20,000 on that one to everyone in my ward. And then he put out a half page in the late news. I've never seen, outside of a campaign period, I've never seen our Lord Mayor advertise in the late news, ever, right? That's another $700 of waste, because what my constituents want is the thing to actually be built. This is the fourth lot of design money since 2017, the fourth lot, totaling $1.7 million. Now, I'll tell you what, if it happened in your ward, then you probably wouldn't say anything, because you'd probably then get ousted from your party, like poor Councillor Johnson did, sticking up for her community. But honestly, this is just an unbelievable state of affairs, that this intersection that has had 38 accidents in the last 5 years, more than any other intersection in Brisbane, right? And that is the reported accidents. And the police told me that probably more than half are not reported. So this is probably 70 or 80 accidents over the last 5 years. There has been 2 accidents over the last week, right? And it's just an appalling set of affairs here, that an intersection that has been so neglected, right, from an upgrade, just by throwing design money at it, right, and then not going to the next step and actually upgrading it, right, we've had Margie Nightingale, the current member for Inala, right, when she was door knocking, this was the #1 issue, so she decided to do a petition to try to get the Lord Mayor to do something now, not 12 months from now or 2 years from now, right? And that's what this motion that Councillor Toomey just moved, right? The amended motion. It was just for design, right? And that's not what the residents want, and that's why I moved the local motion, notified motion, as the Lord Mayor commanded. It's got to be local or it doesn't count, right? So I went along with it, and there's another local one coming up a little bit later on, right? So honestly, it's really hard to sort of explain the emotive issue this is in my ward, right? This particular intersection has been a disaster right from the original design, probably decades and decades ago. And it's just gotten worse with all the development that's happened down Pine Road, with all the townhouses and houses down Littleton Road. And of course, the industrial estate has been ramping up as well. They've been building more and more of industrial complex that is the suburb, pretty much the suburb of Richlands now, right? And so it's really important that this intersection be addressed now, not just throwing more design money. And yes, this is a substantial part of money, $850,000, right? But we've now spent, or will have spent, $1.7 million since 2017, and what have we got? Nothing. We could have used all that money and probably have built it back in 2017 for $1.7 million, if you think about it, because things were a lot cheaper back then, as we keep being told. So I just I'll finish my comments there, and it's just very disappointing that the Lord Mayor, who promised this upgrade, right, to the residents during the campaign.
Councillor Strong, your time has expired.
Thank you, Chair.
Any further debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Well, I'm glad some LNP councillors bothered to show up after this dinner break this week, unlike last week, where they had to shut down the meeting, where the mover of the motion was sitting here, and you said, Chair, that he wasn't. He was here ready to debate this motion, but this LNP rabble couldn't be bothered turning up. And what do we have here tonight? The B team. The B team of the LNP. Where's the Lord Mayor? The part-time mayor's gone. The so-called leader of the House has abandoned this place.
Councillor
and
Cassidy,
the court
to the
jester
motion, please.
of the LNP is moving amendments.
Yep, point of order, Councillor Toomey.
Councillor Cassidy is not speaking to the amendment. Also, name calling is very, very low, Mr Deputy Chair, and in fact, one would expect the Leader of the Opposition who berates this chamber for doing such things that, and I'm happy to accept his apology.
Noted. Councillor Cassidy, please come back to the motion.
Thank you. I didn't understand a word he just said then, honestly. I don't know what he was talking about,
Point of order,
Chair.
Mr Deputy Chair. If Councillor Cassidy did not understand it the first time, I take offence being called the court jester of the chamber, and I'm requesting that he withdraws that statement now.
Councillor Cassidy, would you care to withdraw?
This comes from a bloke who compared solar panels to toasted sandwiches just a couple of weeks ago.
Please
so
come
I
back
won't
to...
withdraw that.
Please.
No, I won't.
Okay. Councillor Cassidy, firstly, please come back to your report. And secondly, please stop name calling, otherwise I'll give you a warning.
Oh, right, yeah. Deputy Mayor gets away with it, doesn't he? Yeah. No, okay, yep. So this new motion that Councillor Toomey has moved here in this debate is saying no to the community. Yeah. They're saying no to people in the Forest Lake ward who are desperately crying out for an upgrade to this intersection. Through you, Deputy Chair, I asked Councillor Toomey, when did you last visit this intersection?
Yeah, it'd be good to know.
Oh, he jumped up pretty quick before, but he won't now. I suspect the answer is never. Never. I was there with Councillor Strunk and Councillor Collier and Councillor Kim and Margie Nightingale, the state member, just a couple of months ago, not even a couple of months ago, about 6 weeks ago, and we observed this intersection, how bad this intersection is, how dangerous this intersection is.
Terrible.
38 incidents over that period that Councillor Strunk talked about. Does the LNP want someone to die? Does Councillor Toomey want someone to die at this intersection before they will support some action immediately? Some action this year, which is what Councillor Strunk's motion called for.
Yeah.
It's not rocket science, it's traffic engineering. We have traffic engineers in council. God knows the LNP outsources a whole lot of work to external traffic engineers and designers as well. There are a lot of resources to design an intersection upgrade, and this is the fourth lot of funding. Councillor Strunk spoke about this last week, $1.7 million worth of design work now on this one single four-way intersection is some sort of sick joke that we have the part-time Lord Mayor announcing more design money this year and no action. No project, sends out, that's part of the $1.3 million worth of advertising. Oh no, actually that's on top of. That was just the Brisbane advertising. On top of all that advertising, Lord Mayor's happy to send out all that junk mail and continue to break his promises to the people of Brisbane. If we're allowed to call him a liar, I would, but of course I can't do that in the council chamber. But his actions point to that. Absolutely. This is a dangerous intersection. There is a fairly simple fix. The LNP know that because they have designed it 3 times. They're designing it a 4th time now, and it was a very simple ask. The LNP clearly don't support this. The LNP don't support this, but instead of actually just standing up behind their convictions and being honest and saying they're just not going to support it, they decide to move this pathetic amendment to just note that they, like the lemmings they are, just support everything that the Lord Mayor says and does. A morals-free zone. Yeah, that is the modern LNP here in Brisbane. They just simply don't care, and we certainly hope that there isn't a fatality at this intersection while we see it designed for a 4th time under the LNP's watch.
Any further debate? Councillor Toomey, right of reply.
Hello.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Johnston.
Waiting to see if possibly the infrastructure chair, who's actually responsible for this area, who gets paid an extra 20 grand a year on top of his chair's salary, might stand up and talk about an important road project in his portfolio. Instead, he sends Deputy Doolittle, Councillor Toomey, from the north side out.
Point of order, Mr. Deputy Chair.
Yeah.
I ask that the councillor refrain from name calling. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
We are all adults. Act like it.
Yeah. Yes, Councillor Johnston, I found that language totally inappropriate. Stop doing name calling like that.
Yes, I didn't call anybody anti-Semitic or or a grub or a groin rub. I mean, all of those things are acceptable in this place, and Councillor Howard has never questioned any of those issues. So I find her fake outrage to be confected. Now,
point of order, Mr. Deputy Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Howard.
The councillor for Tennyson should grow up and debate properly. Neither is what anything that you've all been saying in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, Councillor Howard, that's not a appropriate. That's not a point of order. But Councillor Johnson, please using a proper language in this council chamber.
Yeah. Well, the Lord Mayor, the Deputy Mayor couldn't be bothered to turn up. The chairperson for infrastructure is asleep or playing Wordle, or no, he wouldn't be that bright, is fiddling with his phone. And they send out the councillor for the Gap on the north side to do the heavy lifting. Never been here, wouldn't know where the south side is if he tried. Moves an amendment to say we're going to do what we're already doing, which is essentially the opposite of what Councillor Strunk has asked for. And in listening to Councillor Strunk's speech, the fact that this has been designed 4 times, $1.7 million in funding, no doubt that were part of the budget cuts, the rollovers. I think it was 34 projects, and was it $200 million or something of projects that were rolled over in this in Councillor Wines and Councillor Toomey's the deputy, that were rolled over. And this is the impact of the mismanagement of this LNP administration, is that projects that they announce for funding year after year after year after year never get delivered. Well, good on you, Councillor Strunk, for bringing in here a motion and trying for your residents to get this important safety project funded. You can go out there and tell your residents that the councillor for the Gap on the north side stopped you from getting a road project delivered in your ward. I'm sure they'll scratch their heads and go, why? And you'll be able to go, because the rest of them are so gutless, they couldn't be bothered to debate your motion, they couldn't be bothered to turn up, the infrastructure chair doesn't care, and you're stuck having to deal with their amend. It's a whole new motion, which does the opposite of what you say. So good on you for seeking action over inaction, which is what they're proposing. And what I'll also note, just to wrap up, the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor spent weeks saying this hour was to debate local issues for the opposition. And what's the first thing they do when they can't get their own way is they turn it into a motion that they want, not what local councillors want in opposition. And communities. So it is just an indictment. It is an indictment upon every backbench LNP councillor that they are allowing themselves to be used when the chairs of council don't have the guts to stand up and speak to these motions and do the work. They're using you. They're using you all. It's such a joke. It reflects badly on the LNP. And when Councillor Strunk tells his people what Councillor Toomey has done, they will think this LNP is a joke. If you ever want Kylie to get re-elected, this is not the way to do it. And I can tell you now, I'll be happy to share it with my people too.
Any further debate? Councillor Toomey, right of reply.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Can I thank all the councillors on the opposite side of the chamber for debate, for their contribution for debate. I particularly want to thank Councillor Strunk for actually bringing a motion into this place in advocacy for his community. I think it's quite I think it's quite honourable that councillors do that. And there's nothing should be taken away from him. Just on a few things that Councillor Strunk said, Councillor Johnson, I would appreciate a silence in the chamber, please. You would have to be the most rudest individual I think I've ever met. Councillor Strunk said during his speech that all he's after, he just wants the project to start. And this design is the start of that project. That is why it's in the suburban enhancement section of the budget. The suburban... Oh, give me a break. It's in the suburban works program. Thank you, Councillor Wines. Thank you. Suburban works program. Councillor Cassidy, in his debate, mentioned that Councillor Strunk was here last week in the chamber to debate this motion, and he was. He definitely was. But if this motion was so
Councillor Collier.
If this motion was so important to every member of the Labor Party, they would have all been here last week. But they weren't. There was no one here. There was no one here. There was no one here except Councillor Strunk.
Councillors, Councillor told me he's having the floor.
There was no one here to debate this motion except for Councillor Strunk. Councillor Cassidy also mentioned the ham and cheese toastie. Mr Deputy Chair, I'm actually taking that as a badge of honour, because if Councillor Cassidy actually remembers that, then my ability as an educator has hit high success. So I thank you very much for that. Councillor Johnson.
Councillor Toomey, please. Councillor Collier, I'm warning you. Now stop calling out during other people's speech.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Councillor Johnson said that this motion stops the project. That is not what this motion does. This motion ensures that the project actually starts, and it starts with the design, and that's what this motion is about. Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair.
Now I put the amendment motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. So now, that's too late. No one seconded. So now we debate on the amended motion. Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair, and I rise to support this amended motion. As Councillor Toomey has pointed out, this was already promised prior to the election by the Lord Mayor representative for Forest Lake, Kylie Gates. For Councillor Strunk to put a motion...
Councillor Landers. Councillor Collier, you're on caution. Councillor Landers.
For Councillor Strunk to put a motion forward prior to the budget, and again now on something that is already promised, is disingenuous. It was promised by the Shriner Council, who is committed to better roads, to tackle congestion. Our position has been well documented and our record proven. Councillor Strunk even stated in his speech when he moved the original motion, and I'll quote it, "The Lord Mayor in the Lake News and other places as well, but in the Lake News said that they are going to upgrade the intersection." It is there in black and white. It is this side of the chamber who has delivered again and again, and not just...
Councillors, Councillor Landers have the floor.
And not just for Forest Lake, but all of Brisbane. And in fact, councils beyond our jurisdiction are benefiting from our infrastructure upgrades. We have a plan for the future and to keep Brisbane moving, In fact, there is more to come in Forest Lake to help ease congestion and get residents home sooner and safer. We hear those on the other side complaining, yet we didn't see infrastructure plans and promises from them leading up to the election. They have no plans, they have no solutions. We are already delivering, and currently underway is the removal of the Beams and Dorval Road roundabout in Castledine, which recorded almost 30 accidents. And this intersection of Forest Lake is next. As Councillor Strunk himself said in his speech, and he acknowledges that it is already a Schrinner Council promise and it will be delivered. Councillor Strunk's motion was nothing more than a stunt and is wasting our time. We, on the other hand...
Councillor Griffith.
Deputy Chair, we, on the other hand, are getting on with the job of delivering and keeping Brisbane moving, and I support this amended motion.
Any further speaker?
Oh, yes.
Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I will. Sorry, Lucy, I know. I'm not letting that go. That's outrageous. So the amended motion has passed because the LNP have the numbers no matter what. Now the chairperson of council, who's even further away from this area than Councillor Toomey, who represents the area of Bracken Ridge, has stood up and said the local councillor who is committed to seeing a road project delivered in his ward, not just promised but delivered, it's a stunt and it's a joke, right? It's ridiculous that Councillor Sandy Landers, who has nothing to do with this, has stood up and never been there for sure, has stood up and criticised Councillor Strunk for moving a motion to have an intersection, a dangerous intersection in his ward fixed. And what does the LNP do? They do the opposite of what the motion says and says we'll just do design. The same design that's been promised year after year after year and not delivered. And we know that because Councillor Wines cannot manage his portfolio. 34 projects last year not delivered and rolled over. And Councillor Landers stands up and says, we will deliver on our promises. Well, clearly this LNP administration cannot do that. Their track record says they cannot do it. And I understand why Councillor Strunk is fighting for his community. And I think it is an appalling reflection upon the LNP that they send out two far north side councillors to criticise Councillor Strunk for standing up for his residents on the south side. Shame on you.
Any further debate? Now I put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Yep. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr. Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 11 in favour and 6 against.
The motion is carried.
Councillors, we now resume debate on the adjourned motion for the meeting of the 3rd of September 2024, moved by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Cassidy, that Council amends the 2024-25 Council budget to commit funding to an upgrade of the playground in Bulimba Memorial Park during this current financial year. Councillor Collier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And it was only 2 weeks ago that I presented a petition in this place with nearly 300 signatures calling on Council to deliver an upgrade for the beautiful Bulimba Memorial Park's playground. I have spoken in this place a number of times about this beautiful iconic park. It's home to the mighty Southside Eagles Soccer Club with around 1,000 families playing during soccer season and cricket in the summer months. It's host to iconic community events like Hocus Pocus and Blues on Bulimba, both of which are happening next month. It's also an important part of history, recognised on the Queensland Heritage Register in 1992 due to its significance as a First World War memorial park. When you consider the young families who enjoy the park now in the context of the memorial and the park's history, I think it's a really important part of connecting our past to our future. I can't tell you, Chair, how many times people who are new to the area come and tell me how amazing they think this park is. And I know people like my friends and I who grew up in this area have so many special memories connected to this really important place. As Brisbane City Council, we have the responsibility and the privilege of being custodians to amazing public and natural spaces across Brisbane. We have the opportunity to help families create lasting memories when we look after these places that host birthday parties, maternity leave meetups, your kids' soccer games, walking through the 100-plus-year-old fig trees as the sun's coming up. So when my community was informed that one of the trees near the playground was in poor health and the playground would need to be partially closed earlier this year, many people were pretty disappointed, and I understand why. According to Council's own figures, over 1,000 families use this playground every week. When Council told me that the best solution with the limited funds available to them was to simply relocate existing 16-year-old playground equipment elsewhere in the footprint, I didn't think that that was going to be a great outcome for my community. Other councillors in this place may recall my ask to the Lord Mayor prior to the budget, and I thought it was a reasonable one, to co-fund an upgrade with me. I have signed the form, community consultation is underway, and there will be a contribution from the Morningside Ward Suburban Enhancement Fund. So if the Lord Mayor could make some funding available in the council budget to contribute to playgrounds like he does elsewhere in the city, that is what this motion is calling on. This project is going to be significant. It's not your standard playground upgrade. So if we're going to get the best outcome for the community, we would work to deliver an upgrade together. I'd be willing to put politics aside. Lord Mayor, he's not here, but I have said a few months ago I would invite the Lord Mayor to cut the ribbon if he was willing to contribute some of the funds. Yet time and time again we see the priorities of this Lord Mayor and this LNP regime on full display. The Lord Mayor, who under the City of Brisbane Act has the responsibility to prepare and deliver the budget, has made a decision to not support this upgrade now 3 times. I moved a motion in this place prior to the budget, which the LNP did not support. I submitted it in my budget submission on behalf of my community. My community deserves better than no, no, no from this LNP Lord Mayor and his team. The Lord Mayor is happy to spend $90,000 on a tiny bikeway extensions opening party, over $120,000 to send LNP politicians to Paris, millions and millions and millions of dollars on advertising the Lord Mayor in expensive mail-outs, but can't find the money to fund the basics. The Lord Mayor can't find the money for important projects in Morningside Ward, like playground upgrades and safety improvements at intersections where school children get hit by cars. I think that's wrong, and I urge the Lord Mayor and the LNP Council, the LNP regime, to rethink their priorities.
Further speakers. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Given from what we've just heard from Councillor Collier that she said she has signed her CEF form, I would like to move an amendment. Madam Chair, I would like to move that we replace the words amend with the words notes, replace the word to commit and has provided, replace the words to with for, and add the words at the end of the sentence from the Suburban Enhancement Fund for the Morningside ward.
Seconded.
It has been moved that the motion be amended to replace the word amends with notes, replace the words to commit with has provided, replace the word to with for, and add the words at the end of the sentence from the Suburban Enhancement Fund for Morningside ward. So the motion will now read, Council notes the 2024-25 Council budget has provided funding for an upgrade of the playground in Bulimba Memorial Park during this current financial year from the Suburban Enhancement Fund for Morningside ward. Councillor Dixon has seconded. Yep. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. One of the best parts of our job is to actually deliver playground infrastructure for our ward, and part of that is done through the Suburban Enhancement Fund. I'm quite fortunate. I have a wonderful outcome manager that helps me deliver those projects through the Suburban Enhancement Fund, and I know with Councillor Collier, now that she has signed her form, that she is going to enjoy a lot of engagement with her community in delivering a project that they are seeking for her community. Madam Chairman, given that Councillor Collier, again, I say, has admitted that she has signed the form, I'll leave the motion as it is and leave the debate for the rest of the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair, and through you, Councillor Toomey clearly doesn't listen when I speak in this place, because I've made a very reasonable and compelling argument about what I'm doing. So I guess the amended motion will now just acknowledge that I alone, as the local councillor, am the only person who gives two stuffs about the Morningside ward community, and that the Lord Mayor could not even be bothered to have a reasonable discussion and an argument or a debate in this place about why he couldn't possibly make some funds available from, I don't know, potentially the millions and millions and millions of dollars that this council spends every single year on advertising. So maybe I should be thanking Councillor Toomey, because he's pointed out a very real issue, which is that the Lord Mayor and his LNP regime are solely focused on pet projects and self-promotion, and it is only local councillors on this side of the chamber who are willing to come into this place, make the LNP council put their track record on the record here, and I will go back to my community through you, Chair, and tell, and Councillor Toomey, I will tell them what you've done tonight and how you've recognised my hard work as a community champion and a local advocate for the area that I grew up in. Not sure if any LNP councillors, maybe a couple have visited Oxford Street recently. You know, the Morningside ward community is, sorry, I'm very biased, but it is the best community in Brisbane, and it deserves so much better from this LNP council. The LNP council, you are in the majority, you control the purse strings. I must agree with Councillor Toomey in the fact that the Suburban Enhancement Fund is an amazing opportunity to deliver very real upgrades and set your priorities as a local councillor. So I will continue to work alongside my community and note that the Lord Mayor has no interest in doing that.
Further speakers?
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order,
I'm just conscious of the debate time is nearly over, so I just would like to move that the amendment be put, please.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon. Seconded. Seconded by councillor Atwood to put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. We'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Sorry. Councillor Toomey does have a right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. As I said before, the Suburban Enhancement Fund is a great mechanism for councillors to deliver projects for their ward and engage with their community, and also seeking great input and feedback from our outcome managers. And I would...
One moment, please, Councillor Toomey. Councillor Collier, you have failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for calling out across the chamber while other councillors are on their feet. So I hereby warn you, in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I will finish up by saying the Lord Mayor does supply the Suburban Enhancement Fund to all councillors in this place for each of our wards, and it is our responsibility to spend that accordingly with our priorities, as Councillor Collier said. I will finally finish by saying I'm very happy for Councillor Collier to go back to her community and toot her own horn about all the good things that she's doing. I think it's one thing that the Morningside ward deserves. Thank you.
We will now put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. So that now becomes the substantive motion. Further speakers? No further speakers? So we'll now put that amended motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 7 on the agenda. Councillor Strunk, would you please move the motion?
Thank you, Chair. That this council calls upon the Lord Mayor to make the lake stage in the Forest Lake Park precinct accessible to all residents with mobility restraints this financial year.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Strunk and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that this council amend the 2024-25 budget to provide funding in order to make the lake stage at the Forest Lake Parkland precinct accessible to all residents with mobility constraints. Is there debate?
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I brought this local issue to a notified motion because over the last probably 7 years, the Lake Park precinct and the lake stage have been a draw card, of course, to the community, not just the Forest Lake community, but many other communities as well, because they use it for weddings, receptions, and other events, small and large. The problem with this particular venue is that the accessibility for people with mobility issues has never been addressed. When the lake stage was built, or when the Parkland precinct was built, the lake stage didn't actually exist, and even then, people that were in wheelchairs or on walkers or had some mobility issues couldn't access that part of the side of the lake where the of course lake stage was eventually built. So what we've had over the last certainly well before my time, probably over the last 20-odd years, is a venue that is not accessible to all residents, right? Now, we asked some years ago when we started getting a number of complaints, especially people with wheelchairs, who wanted to take part in the events that were happening on the lake stage, but we couldn't access it because it's just stairs going down to the lake stage. We asked for some money. We asked for how much it would cost to design access to that part of the Parklands precinct, and we were told that the design itself, right, would cost about $120,000. And anyways, it was far beyond my reach at that stage with all the other commitments that were being undertaken around the lake out of my CEF funding. But we never lost sight of that, and it's been in the budget, for the Lord Mayor's budget for the last 4 years, asking for at least the design money to be, that should come out of capital works, right, rather than my CEF funding. Now, our current outcomes manager, right, is looking into that with the access team, and just to see what they can do to remediate this problem. I mean, if you just think about it, the lake was built like 30 years ago, and there's a car park just above it, where people obviously can put down and get out and then walk down to the lake, now the lake stage. And the developers actually were, you know, they should have actually dealt with this issue back 30 years ago, right? But when council took possession of the Parkland precinct 20 years in 2000, right? They should have conditioned that handover with accessibility for people in wheelchairs and other mobility devices, right, to be able to get down and participate at an event that's happening on the lake stage. Obviously, that didn't happen. Council signed off, accepted the problem, but then did nothing about it, right? And now what we're trying to do is to ask the Lord Mayor and the Council and the Lord Mayor to actually fund the upgrade so that people with mobility issues, right, can actually take part at, say, the dragon boat races. Now, the Lord Mayor comes out to the dragon boat races every year and comes out with the family, but guess what? There's a lot of people in the community that can't come down and enjoy the view of what's happening on the lake stage, and there's a lot of entertainment, and it's really difficult also to be part of that race as a participant just watching, right? They said that there was possibility of doing something up top, like a viewing platform up top. But again, that's many meters away from the lake stage at an elevated level, which really wouldn't be the same as able-bodied people being able to sit on the terraced seating in front of the lake stage. So that's why I moved the motion to ask the Lord Mayor to have a look at that and to fund it in this financial year. I'll just finish my comments there. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to amend the motion. I'd like to replace the word amend with notes, remove the word to, change the word provide to provides, add the words at the end of the sentence from the Suburban Enhancement Fund for the Forest Lake Ward. So the motion will now read, This council notes that in the 24-25 budget provides funding in order to make the lake stage at the Forest Lake Parkland precinct accessible to all residents with mobility constraints from the Suburban Enhancement Fund for the Forest Lake Ward. And I have to...
I'll second it.
Thank you.
It has been moved by Councillor Atwood and seconded by Councillor Dixon. to replace the word amend with notes, remove the word to, change the word provide to provides, and add the words at the end of the sentence from the Suburban Enhancement Fund to Forest Lake Ward. So the motion would now read, this council notes the 2024-25 budget provides funding in order to make the lake stage at the Forest Lake Parkland precinct accessible to all residents with mobility constraints from the Suburban Enhancement Fund to the Forest Lake Ward. Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to put the motion considering time this evening.
Point of order.
Seconded.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
This amendment is incompetent, Chair, because Councillor Toomey just explained to us how local councillors have autonomy over decisions around this suburban enhancement funding, and now Councillor Atwood has moved an incompetent amendment directing Councillor Strunk essentially to allocate suburban enhancement funding. So there's some serious inconsistency. There was a motion that was allowed just before this one, which said something completely different.
I don't uphold your point of order, Councillor Cassidy. It has been moved by Councillor Atwood and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the motion be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to the debate on the amended motion. Further speakers on the amended motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to summarise in saying that I'd encourage all councillors to support this motion.
Point of order.
So that Councillor Strunk.
Point of order, Councillor.
Just clarifying, that vote I thought was whether we put the amendment, not the amendment itself. So it probably needs to be two votes, another vote.
Sure. So we now put that to the vote, Councillor. As a right of reply, yeah. What we have done is we put to the vote the amended motion so that this is now the substantive one, so we can now speak on the substantive motion.
Point of order.
Councillor Wines.
So it's actually the right of reply to the mover of the amendment is the right. So it's Councillor Atwood. Because there was
procedural motion.
There was a movement of the motion.
That's right.
Yeah, there was
procedural motion.
There was a movement of the motion. So
it was a procedural motion to. You can do the right of reply, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just encourage all councillors to support Councillor Strunk this evening in his desire to make the parklands more accessible for all residents of the Forest Lake Ward, and I'd like to put this motion now to the chamber.
So we'll now put that amendment to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it. Now we'll move to the amended motion. Further speakers? Yep. Councillor Cassidy.
Well, the motion of which we're now debating, interesting that Councillor Atwood just summed up a debate which never happened. Yeah. So the LNP just guillotined debate entirely on an amendment to a motion that Councillor Strunk brought to Council seeking capital funding for accessibility upgrades at the lake stage. Now, the situation we now have is that every single request for capital funding from local councillors is now being met with an answer from the LNPs that everything needs to be funded from the Suburban Enhancement Fund. Despite...
One moment, please. Councillor Cassidy, sorry to interrupt, but under the provisions of section 41(13) of the Meetings Local Law, on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of all notified motions, I shall now put the current motion to the meeting without further amendment or debate. So I'll now put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it. That is, I now close the meeting. Thank you, councillors.